All right. So, excuse me. Let's continue where we left off. The setting change, I'm hoping it makes a difference. Dropping down to 30 frames for the stream. Because I feel like as long as the game doesn't drop that low, it should be alright for the most part. Which I know it has at times under heavy stuff, but I think if the game and OBS isn't trying to both render 60, it might be okay. Alright, so what were we doing? We were exploring.
I've come in search of lost treasures. Have you heard any rumors of such things in the area?
Texture metal. Do you think you have what it takes to stand against me? Come see for yourself. Whether you're a Paradisa native, an Adir newcomer, or anyone else, you are welcome in any arena in my arena. Just leave your problem and politics at the threshold. Unless you want to be the next one to test my theory, that kith can fly. But only straight towards the ground and only once. Come to the top of Magrin's Essay to see what you're made of. Cosmina, Weapons Master.
There are some Pargrunan ruins to the north, just across the river from the Strand.
They got these everywhere. Alright, well, let's enter the city, shall we? Alright, who are you, Sansa?
Que larde! I'd heard a godlike had come to Paradise.
Oh, hey, Sansa. Comes on a little strong, that's all. He doesn't bite.
But to meet you, what an honor. Who is your patron? Were you drawn to this place?
And I'm too stupid once again. There's a lot I don't know about myself. I can speak to fish and shoot fire from my eyes. It's incredible. It's everyone in the living lands this invasive. Shoot him in front of side-eye. I like being mysterious.
A godlike of unknown provenance. Even more interesting. Who knows? Perhaps you'll find the answers you're looking for here. Listen, you haven't been to the wilds east of the city, have you?
Oh, man. Maybe, what about it? No, I haven't. I just got here. Sounds like a good way to get myself killed.
Then have you seen a cartographer in the area? The human, about my height.
Haven't done that either. That probably describes half of Paradise. Not to be rude, but where's this going? And they went that away.
He must have gone farther than I thought. His name is Girmund. He's my assistant, and I'm worried about him. I sent him to map the eastern wilds. I knew it would be perilous, but it's been a long time since he's written, even for him.
By perilous, you mean, you send your assistants out to the wilds? That sounds dangerous. That doesn't bode well for him.
Bandits, smugglers, spiders with eyes as big as plates.
You know how many so-called adventurers I've saved out there?
It's an intrepid occupation.
3, this month.
As I said, if you find him and bring me his map, I'll be glad to pay you for it. I may even have more work for you.
You just want the map. I see why you're concerned. I'll keep my eye out for him. Paying work, count me in. I already have a job to do.
When he last wrote, he was mapping the eastern ruins. Take the letter. It might help. If you find him, bring his work to my shop in Paradise Town. You're welcome anytime. I have quite the assortment of curios. Maybe you'll even buy one of my maps.
Gitterman's Dispatch. Wanted Sansa, proprietor of Sansa's Emporium, has reported his assistant, Gitterman, missing in the wilds of Dawnshore. Reward will be offered for the return of Gitterman's cartographic notes. Below is his last correspondence posted to provide clues to his whereabouts. Sansa, pleased to report I've made it to Usher's hand intact. I sense we've overestimated how far we can safely explore. We could outfit an entire expeditionary force with the bandits I've encountered on the main road alone. Nearly spent my whole purse bribing my way out of scrapes. I think I used to grip about the to think I used to grip about the Principe. Never again. Anyway, here now. Set up camp in the cavern while I scout the ruins. I wonder whether anyone in the wayward throngs of Paradise is an expert on dead languages. What are we calling the ancients anyway? Godless? Not much of a name. You think on it and I'll transcribe it. Hope I'm not writing down any curses. And higher spirits, Girmund.
Well, that's our marching orders then.
So, how long do you think it'll be before the locals realize how much good we're doing for them?
Alright then. Let's see. Let's check under this bridge. Fortunate tale of Fabia and Bernat of Violian tragedy. Seeing Laia watches Bernat approach Fabia's tree, looking for her human form. Behold, now comes the fun that for which I have waited. His love is forfeit, her love is forfeit, and all I have worked toward shall be fulfilled. He says he knows his love. He says no force in the world could help keep him from her. But what chance has force against guile? Never will he find his love, for she is no longer his love. The spell cannot be undone except by her death, and by then it will be too late. But wait, he has seen her. Laia steps back to observe. Fabia. Pray, mortal. Why have you come here? These woods are not for your kind. The affairs of men have no place at this tree. Leave ere your welcome lapses. Bernat. Foul creature, where is my love? What have you done with her? Always this has been the station for our encounters. Never before have I seen you. Where's my love? Answer ere my patience lapses. Fool, this is my land, this is my tree. Your presence never before has been felt. Again I say to you, leave. My generosity will not be extended a third time. Laia steps forward again. Talk, discussion. I know the way to hurry the conclusion of this tale. Laia takes a breath and extends her throat as if she's yelling. A scream comes from the copse of trees where the Boagra stands. My love! Bernat steps forward, brandishing his sword. Prepare yourself, wretch, for not even death can stand between me and my love. I will have her from you, or you will meet your end. Bernat moves forward, Fabia, who closes to fight. They fight. During the fight, Bernat is grievously injured as he delivers the killing blow to Fabia. She falls to the ground as she dies. The spell on her breaks, transforming her back into her Delemgan form. Bernat, my love, what have you done to me? What was it I said? What was it I did? Has our love soured in your heart? Fabia, my love, my life, what foul sorcery has befallen you? How have you come to be laid low by my hand? Fie. Fie to the gods for treachery. Fie to all who stood in our way. Is it fie or fee? Fabia, fear not, my beloved, for now we are together, and together we'll always be. Nothing can keep us apart. But lo, why is it suddenly so dark? Where has the sun gone? Where are you? I cannot see you. I will find you. I will. Fabia dies. Bernat, curse upon the fiend who has betrayed me, to hold love in your hand and have it wrenched away. Bernat winces and puts his hand in his shirt. It comes out covered in blood. What luck, what chance. Tragedy may yet turn to fortune. Fabia, my love, soon I will rest in your arms. We will lie together again as one, and forever shall we be side by side. I go now to meet my love. Barath, I accept your cold embrace. I welcome your company. I beg your mercy. Bernat lies down next to Fabia's body. I am ready. Bernat dies. Laia steps out from her hiding spot and runs to Bernat's body. Bernat, you fool, you wretch, how can you leave me? I am alone, I am forgotten, I am cast out. Without your love, how can I continue? Life holds no thrall without your visage upon which I may gaze. What shall I do? But here, my salvation, my answer. Laia picks up Bernat's sword. His blade, his weapon, I shall be impaled upon him, and he shall cut through me. I will not be denied my love, I will not be denied my love. You will be mine, if not in this life, then in the next. Laia impales herself on the sword. I come for you, my love, my Bernat. Wait for me, I will find you. We shall live forever. Laia dies. Okay then. That was, I don't know. Ooh, yay.
Nice banner, ain't it? I found it on the beach, covered in bird shit. Must have washed ashore from parts unknown.
Welcome to Paradise, Envoy. The ambassador's expecting you.
Good work out there, Envoy. Only just arrived and you're already the talk of the town. Well, the ambassador ordered me to give you free access to the city. No idea why he's calling the shots all of a sudden, but
That sounds ominous.
anyway, you can go on ahead. The ambassador is expecting you.
Go ahead and take a look around first. Still getting the lay of the land. What about Inquisitor Lodwin? You said she was looking for me? Thank you, Captain. You've been very helpful. Better not keep him waiting then.
Once you're in the city, you'll find the Adiran embassy due north of the gatehouse. Take care, Envoy.
What? No parting words from me? After all the time we spent together?
Shove off, Muttonhead. How's that for a parting word?
With talk like that, it's no wonder the Adirans think we need a little civilizing. At least I'm in good company now. Right?
Yeah. So this is the actual city.
Envoy!
Oh man. Okay.
You should not be here. You should be free, whole, the blood feeding your veins. Why are you here?
I was ambushed. Something tells me I'm not in the living lands anymore. Where am I? You again. You better not be the reason I'm wherever this is. You're asking me? I don't even understand what just happened.
A space within emptiness, where the gods live and the dead wait. A cage, a prison. We feel the souls of multitudes, a current beneath the skin of this place. We could dip our hand in once, feel them near us. But now, we are trapped like wasps in amber. But you should be alive.
I'm dead? At least it was quick. I guess it could be worse. Death comes for all mortals. It's alright. I just wish I knew how. Sure, some help you were.
Worse. You died. Someone cut short your span. An arrow broke the skin. It carried poison to your veins. A festering blot of corruption spread through the root and sap. It stilled your heart. It silenced the song in your mind.
I guess there are worse ways to go. Hopefully the next life is kinder to me and my killer, whoever they are. Too bad I couldn't take my killer with me.
As many as the beetles and worms in the soil. But we do not want that. We could send you back. Just this once.
What do you mean, send me back? How? What about you? There must be a way we can get you out too. There has to be a catch. What's it going to cost me? I'll take my chances in the next life. Thanks.
The minnow can slip the fisher's net, even while the prize remains. And the fox chews its leg off to escape the hunter's snare. It is the only way. We will use our waning strength to free you. Then you must find us. Free us from our prison.
Do it? I'm ready. This is going to hurt, isn't it? Get this over with, whoever you are. Thank you.
Breathe deep. All birth is agony.
You're birthing me again? Oh! There we go. You were dead.
You're awake? Thank the gods. For a second there, I thought I had a problem on my hands.
Yeah, me too. It's going to take more than a little murder to keep me down. What happened to me? All I remember is pain and the voice. Slow down. Who are you? I'm sorry about all that.
You're alive. Somehow. That's what counts.
Glad to see you with us. I was sure you were already on your next trip around the wheel, but I brought you here just in case. If anyone can work a miracle, it's Liviana, though whatever restored you is beyond even her skill.
The voice brought me back, I'm sure of it. So who killed me? Is the ambassador safe? Thank you, Kai. I won't forget it.
I don't suppose this would be the same one you heard earlier?
There's
Yes.
something I still don't understand. Envoy, you died.
I've spent years building an immunity poison. About that, how am I alive? I know it's amazing that I came back. I don't want to dwell on it. Am I free to go? I need to see the ambassador.
A resistance to poison isn't a resistance to the beyond.
What does this mean for him? Should he expect anything else strange? Other than coming back from the dead, I mean.
That depends on a few things. Visions and hallucinations? Likely. Manifestations of past lives? Uncommon, but possible.
No, my resolve. I already had a vision. Someone was asking for my help. You see these kinds of symptoms often? You keep talking like you aren't even here. There.
Sounds like the echo of a past life. I wish I could tell you more. This is far beyond my expertise. You should visit Runid, our local watcher. She would know what to make of your strange, stubborn soul.
A watcher? How do we know this watcher can be trusted? I don't need some mystic to tell me I'm fine.
One who sees into the spirit realm, speaks to the dead, and knows the past through their eyes. A watcher examines the soul down to its very core. I can't think of anyone more qualified for the job.
I'll find the watcher. Just point me in the right direction. I don't know if the ambassador would approve. I guess I'll try anything once.
Runid's shop is in the hills to the northeast. A bit of a walk. Just head out of the gate to the east of town and follow the path that curves to the north. It should be perched up in the hills. Oh, but avoid the watcher in Hightown. She's a known charlatan. I'll send word to the ambassador that you survived, but he'll no doubt want to talk to you.
Thank you, Liviana. Great. Maybe he knows who killed me. Not even death can save me from my obligations. Duty calls.
Head up the stairs outside my clinic and take a left onto the main road. That'll get you to the embassy.
You've given me a lot of directions. I'll report to Ambassador Hilgard right away. Let's see this watcher first. Hilgard can wait.
Apologies. Paradise is a bit of a maze, especially to newcomers.
Don't worry. I know my way around. which is why I should go with you. Your assassination is bound to have stirred things up.
Not so fast. What's your stake in all this? I appreciate the help, Guy. Sorry to have dragged you in.
Your troops are going to be on edge until your killer's found, and some of us still have to live here.
I appreciate the help, Kai. Sorry to have dragged you in. If you insist.
Don't mention it. Besides, I don't want this to blow up any more than you do. The sooner we solve your murder, the better for everyone. And we should talk back at camp. I'm hoping you can help me understand what just happened to you.
Whoa, look at all this blood everywhere. Bloody, 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 bloody. Bloody, 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 bloody. Yo, you need to like clean this, man. Keep it sanitized. It's gross. Friendly warning, do whatever it takes to bring back the envoy. I know you used to be an animancer, and if you still have any of your old equipment, well, some of us are willing to look the other way. If the envoy dies, I cannot guarantee your safety. A friend. Ooh, who is that?
Hey, I had a dream about you. In my dream, you were surrounded by light, but it was shining from inside.
Interesting. Letter from Fiorme Inverno. Liviana, Emerald Stair is not the same without you. My animancers are in desperate need of guidance. I understand why you left, but your talents are wasted on that nest of vipers. When you've had enough of healing the body, come back to us and work on healing the soul. Ignacy Vidaro, Governor of Fiorme Inverno. Merc Brew. Foraging notes. I've compared our local herbs to the same ones imported from Ader. If my findings are accurate, then everything that grows in the Living Lands is more potent. Everything. Cures as well as poisons. Of course, all the best ingredients grow in the deadliest parts of the jungle. So, maybe I should harvest a few seeds and pay someone to grow them in the republics just to see what happens. Or maybe I shouldn't contaminate the mainland until I understand what I'm dealing with. Yeah, don't toy with things you don't understand. That's how a whole mess of problems start. What we got? Common dagger. Coolio, coolio. Critical hit with poison. Cool. Alright, let's go up here. Ooh. That would be bad.
Godlike. Interested in saving a couple of lives? So, you're that godlike, the Adiran envoy. You're the one who saves the ambassador from the strangle root, right?
Yes, what, you clearly want something from me. What is it? That was me, yes, why? Narrow your eyes. Where did you hear that? You've got the wrong Adiran, I'm afraid.
I'm just trying to help some friends of mine. They're Adirans, but they've had a string of bad luck. Is there any chance you could lend them a hand?
That sounds like a setup. I can try. What is a Vilian? Care for some unlucky adherents. More important issues need my attention.
I know this is strange, but they're in a rough situation and, well, to be honest, they helped me out a while back when I needed it. I'm just trying to return the favor.
Alright, what do your friends need help with? Explain to me how you know these people.
Galarde. Loughled and Gladwine came here about 8 years ago, long before the recent rush of adherents. They admitted to having a checkered past back home, but they started a new life in Paradis. Back then, you'd struggle to find an adherent in the city. Now they're everywhere.
Do you have a problem with more adherents coming to Paradis? The Emperor has made the Living Lands his priority.
Well, let's stick to the matter at hand. Anyway, with all these adherents coming in, Loughled and Gladwine started spotting old faces. And if they were spotting old faces, it was only a matter of time before those faces started spotting them back. They're lying low in the shantytown for now, but they mean to leave for Thirdborn.
Adherents in the shantytown. I doubt they're getting a warm welcome. Most of the people there are Paradisans run out by Adir.
They're afraid to go out in public, and Gladwine, poor soul, he's gone blind from bad drink.
Not sure why you think I can help with that. I'm not a healer.
Ah, but you can. There are herbs in the wilds around Paradis that can restore Gladwine's sight. It's a little too dangerous for us ordinary folks, but for the adherent envoy, for the hero who braved the strangle route, I'm sure it will be no problem.
Ending with flattery is a nice touch.
Agrasima.
Alright, I'll see what I can do. No promises, I have pressing matters to attend to.
Many thanks, envoy. Oh, there is one more thing they need. Land deeds. They've already paid for them. There's a Rawatayan in the Pearl District, Mako, who was handling the paperwork.
Certainly you could do that part yourself. Well, why hasn't he?
No. We had a falling out a while back. It's best if someone else goes.
Alright, I'll talk to Maiko. Noted.
Thank you, envoy. God bless you.
Oh boy. You never know what can be in these crates. But the mass of them is absolutely nothing.
I just don't get it. It's like there's something in the soil this year.
What do you mean? That's causing things to not grow? Alright, where are we going next? I honestly do not know. And we've got another side quest.
Wish that Sawbones would hurry up.
Oh, frick.
It's really you! I mean, we all heard the Emperor sent a godlike, but I didn't never think I'd get to meet you. You are the envoy, aren't you? I bow, but I think I dislocated my shoulder, and I might have broken some ribs.
You look like a bear tried to have you for lunch. What happened? Do you need me to find you a healer? I just met one, Liviana. No, I'm the other mysterious godlike in the Emperor's employ.
My brother, Cadman, and I ran into some trouble exploring a temple north of the city. Bears and traps and gods. What else? The floor collapsed from under us. He couldn't walk too well, and yet our captain wanted to keep going, so he sent me back for help. We're with a team from the Free Expedition Corps. We've seen a lot. No place like this. I fear for their lives, Envoy.
I can move faster than the embassy soldiers. Where's your team now? Say no more, I'll go after them. This temple sounds dangerous. What are you doing there? Expedition Corps? I don't think I've heard of you. The exploits of the Expedition Corps are legendary.
They descended into the temple through a route off the Pilgrim's Path, just north of the city. You'll know you're headed the right way when you see trail markers and rock stacks the Pilgrims left behind. We posted a guard out front, Sedgwin. Let her know I sent you, and she'll let you pass.
Well reported. I'll see your people safely returned. I'll look for some rock piles. Say hello to Sedgwin. Go spelunking. Got it. Who are these pilgrims you mentioned? Anything else I should know?
Especially my brother, Cadman. Don't forget him. You'll probably find the expedition with the relic we were searching for. Whatever that is. Thank you for hearing me out, Envoy.
Wouldn't want their diplomats going hungry or sober.
Yeah. Well, you know. Things.
You died. But you're here. Gods, am I glad to see you.
The Cartographers Guild, Volume 1. Long has the renowned Cartographers Guild served the emperors and queens of Ader. It is we who are responsible for the creation and distribution of the many maps throughout the empire. Whether to direct travelers throughout the expanse that is Ader, guide ship captains on their voyages throughout Aora, or simply adorn the walls of an aristocrat's home, one can rest assured that the Cartographers Guild is behind the creation of every one of these works of art. For over 2 centuries, since the Noble Expedition Corps discovered the Eastern Reach, have we worked and labored to keep all of the Empire and her colonies supplied with accurate, high-quality maps. God's willing, we will continue to do so for centuries yet to come.
I'll keep trying. But there's not much to be done for Fort Northreach.
Envoy, hello. I'm glad to see you on your feet. Kai.
Tej.
I'm surprised they let you in here.
I'm surprised you're still gainfully employed.
Perception. Do we have a problem here? You two know each other. Whatever's going on between you two, keep it to yourselves.
I didn't mean anything by it, Envoy. He's just curious company for you to keep.
Hey, somebody has to have the envoys back, because you all sure didn't.
No one expected the Envoy to get assassinated.
Exactly. Amateurs.
I think there's more to the story here. Whatever's going on, keep it to yourself.
Well.
Kai?
Come on, it's funny. Tej caused a ruckus last time he was slumming it at the Ballad Rock. You were trying to kill a man, if I remember right. I had to put you outside.
You threw me into the canal.
You lived.
That water's filthy. I had the runs for 3 days.
Gods, Tej. The envoy doesn't need to know that.
I am no stranger to gut rot. Out in the field, you don't always get to pick your water source. Did you really try to kill someone, Tej? Right? Well, I've heard enough.
Yeah, but now you'll never think of Tej the same way again, will you? And now he'll never think of you the same way either.
Let's not make more of it than it was. I shouldn't have said anything.
Did you really try to kill someone?
The fellow cheated me. I couldn't let that slide. Or he'd think we were all marks.
It was over a dice game, right? Tej here has a gambling problem.
Great. Let's air all my troubles. Is there anything else?
The bartender sleeping with your girlfriend.
You're lying.
You sure about that?
We'll talk about this later.
Rude.
I'm not breaking up with her for you. Just so we're clear.
That's more than enough. Thank you. Was there anything I could help you with, Envoy?
Come on, Tej, you're not going to stand up to Kai. I was hoping you might answer a few questions for me. I should go.
The 7-foot-tall Aumaua with biceps the size of my head? No, I am not.
Flatterer. You know I'm barely over 6.5.
How about you answer some questions for me, Tej?
Naturally, sir. How can I help you?
I'd like to understand Paradis better. The Emperor didn't have time to brief me on the Living Lands. What do I need to know? Been hearing a lot about this Inquisitor Lodwyn. Who is she? Was told to meet with a Watcher, and I don't know anything about them. What can you tell me? Did you speak to the scout out front? You're the Ambassador's secretary. What's he like? I should head out.
What would you like to know?
When was this city founded? Who lives here? What are Ader's intentions?
If you're looking for a particular year, the first thing you should know about Paradis is that this isn't the kind of place where the locals keep records. And though it might be considered a distant backwater by the rest of the world, this city is the height of civilization by the standards of the Living Lands. As for who calls this place home, I suspect you could find a criminal, confidence man, or prophet from every civilization in the world here.
Hey, come on. You're gonna give the envoy the wrong idea. We've got draft dodgers, courtesans, and revolutionaries, too. You know, all the fun people.
In any event, as far as I can tell, Paradis has been this way since its inception. Thus the eclectic display of architectural styles. If nothing else, this city is a reflection of the countless people who have passed through it on their way to the interior.
What are Ader's intentions in Paradis?
Depends on who you ask. Ambassador Heelgard will tell you that our remit here is to establish a secure and orderly environment from which to engage in trade. Inquisitor Lodwyn will tell you we're here to break the frontier.
So, which is it?
Why not both?
Not hearing anything about the Dream Scourge.
That's where you come in. Whether you find your desires aligning with the ambassadors or the inquisitors, neither can succeed until the Dream Scourge is ended. We are only beginning to see its effects here in Dawnshore, but the closer to the center of the island you go, the worse it gets. That bear you and the ambassador encountered in the Strangle Route isn't even the worst of it. And the tide of this soul plague is rising higher every day.
Oh no. How do the Paradisans feel about us?
Look, for all that I complain about this backwater, there are good people here. Same as anywhere else. People who want to be able to walk to the market in the morning for their bread and eggs and know they won't be mugged. People who like it when the mail comes on time, and their skates are made from real copper, and their neighborhood peeping Tom ends up in the stocks. Those people, good and honest people, who pay their debts and honor their contracts and remember to thank the gods, they like us a lot.
Tell me about the people who tried to kill me.
The Resistance, as such, are largely a group of misfits and criminals intent on undermining the rule of law. They take out loans with small Aderan banking houses and do not pay them, then assault the bankers who attempt to collect. They agree to contracts with families in Adir seeking homes, and when their ships arrive, promptly abandon them. When we levy a small tax to fund the repair of city roads, they set our counting house on fire. And when our fishermen return to port, they board their ships and sink them.
That's certainly one way to characterize them. It's not exactly wrong, but it's not exactly right either.
For decades, people like them ruled this city through fear. We imposed order, and now they oppose us. You, unfortunately, were caught in the crossfire.
I'd like to ask you about something else.
By all means.
The Emperor didn't have time to brief me on the Living Lands. What do I need to know?
There's a lot of ground to cover. Could you be more specific?
How do the Living Lands and Ader come on a map? Compare on a map.
Ah, the age-old question. Who's bigger? Adir is, naturally, by a wide margin. And were we at the Cartographers Guild in High Crown, I could show you on one of their globes. As it is, we must make do in the theater of our minds.
Where are the Living Lands in relation to Adir?
The Living Lands are located in the far north of Aora. Adir is southwest of the Living Lands, situated along the equator.
How about the weather, the terrain? I need to know what to expect.
The Living Lands are more arid than Adir, and the island is more prone to storms. But its many deep valleys protect the various townships from the worst of the weather. Topographically speaking, the Living Lands are a place of extremes. Deep inland, mountains rise high enough to rival those of the White March, blanketed year-round in snow. While east of the volcano of Mount Forja is an acid sea that sinks far below the level of the ocean. The lands between them are riven with deep clefts in the earth and isolated by wastelands of sun-baked sand dunes. I'll share what I can.
Who's in power here?
There is no singular authority in the Living Lands.
Not yet, anyway.
I shudder to think what the Living Lands would look like under your rule.
Well, to start, there'd be a lot more brothels.
Charming. Power is invested in the leaders of the various townships scattered across the island. The largest are Fjord, Thirdborn, and Solace. None of which, I will note, are as safe and orderly as Paradise.
What should I know about Fjord?
Fjord Messeverno is located in a valley known locally as the Emerald Stair, named for the terraced rice paddies that cover its hillsides. It is our closest neighbor. The city, if you can call it that, was founded 50 years ago by animancers from the Valian Republics. Apparently, the laws governing animancy weren't lenient enough in the Republics. So the city's founders came to the Living Lands, where they could practice their discipline more freely. Currently, Fjord is governed by a man named Ignacy Vidaro. Rather inept to hear the ambassador talk about him. Fjord's farmers supply most of the grain and vegetables we eat here in Paradise. Or it did. Their shipments have been infrequent lately. Something about a blight in the fields. In any event, I believe that covers Fjord.
I don't know much about the Valian Republics.
The Valian Republics are a collection of city-states in the Eastern Reach, southeast of our former colony, the Deerwood. The republics began life as colonies of the Grand Empire of Valia, hence the name. But as Grand Valia's economy collapsed, well, the colony saw an opportunity to escape the influence of the Empire of Origin, and they seceded, much as the Deerwood did from Adir. Now a mature confederation in their own right, the republics have recently indulged their own expansionist ambitions in the Deadfire Archipelago. Through their merchants in the Valian Trading Company, the republics will sell you anything you could ever wish to buy.
Up to and including people.
We should count ourselves lucky they've had no interest in the Living Lands. In a struggle between our Emperor and the Republic's great dukes, well, I doubt we would come out on top. But if anyone asks, I was not the one who told you that.
What's the story with Thirdborn?
Everything you need to know about Thirdborn is in its name. It was founded by the third-born children of Rawatai, Navy dropouts, smugglers, and hands for hire. Almawa and Orleans, mostly.
Home, sweet home.
You're free to go back any time you like.
I like my current circumstances just fine, thanks.
They are people, in short, who couldn't cut it in the civilized world, and had to make room on the margins. Unfortunately, they are currently besieged by the Dream Scourge. We have sent some troops to lend what help we can, and the mayor, Temerity, was appropriately grateful, but I don't know how long they'll hold out.
I could stand to know more about Raotai.
Rawatai is one of the old empires, every bit as storied as Grand Valia or our native Adir. If Adir is to the southwest of the Living Lands, Rawatai is to the southeast. And unlike our home, their small continent is racked by terrible storms. This is due, or rather, was due, to the island's proximity to Andra's mortar, the unending super hurricane that once hid the ancient city of Ukaizo. Rawatai is largely peopled by Almawa, descended from those who fled the Deadfire Archipelago centuries ago, when Andra pulled the moon, Ioni Brather, into the sea. They are an aggressive, militant culture, and personally, I find their obsession with gunpowder rather quaint. They are also our chief rivals on the world stage.
I don't think they see it that way.
No?
Well, as far as Navy brass is concerned, Adir doesn't really rate.
Now you're just making things up.
Sorry to be the bearer of bad news, but we don't think about you at all.
What can you tell me about Solace?
Solace is, what is there to say, really?
Yeah, they tend to have that effect on people.
The trouble is, I don't know much about Solace. Nobody does. They are an isolationist community of Pogrunan dwarves who live in the forbidding ways of Galawain's tusks. They don't let outsiders into their lands, and they don't let their people out of them.
Some folks get out from time to time, but they can't ever go back. And the ones who survive aren't eager to talk about their experiences.
People aside, the land itself is incredibly hostile. The island's volcano, Mount Forja, rests at the heart of the region, and it's recently become active. Half the land is lava rock, and the other half is, well, literally lava. I don't know why anyone lives there. I have to assume they're all insane.
You have no idea.
Well, can you tell me anything about the Peregrunan dwarves?
Naturally. The Pogrunan are a unique community of mountain dwarves originating in Old Valia. As a people, they've made their name as explorers, builders, miners. No doubt you've seen their ruins in your travels, here, back home in Adir, and all across the world. They maintain a rich tradition of oral storytelling, chanted magics, and ritual carving, which they take great pains to record and transmit across their various communities. Even the most physically isolated Pogrun is not alone. Somewhere, one of their people is thinking of them and planning an expedition. Abidan must cherish them.
You sound like you admire them.
I suppose I do.
I'd like to ask you about something else.
Of course.
I've been hearing a lot about this Inquisitor Ludwin. Who is she?
Consider yourself lucky. Inquisitor Ludwin is the commander of the Steel Garrote in Paradise. Were you to ask her, she'd say she keeps the peace. But she doesn't keep it so much as prosecute it. As ruthlessly as the ambassador will let her. She's also a veteran of the Steel Garrote's campaign in the Deathfire, where she died.
She's a Death Guard. Well, that explains a lot.
I don't know what happened to her there, but I suppose Wodica wasn't done with her yet.
What was Ludwin like before she became a Death Guard?
I only met her once. She was a mid-level member of the Steel Garrote then, chasing Oathbreakers who'd fled Adiran law. She'd come back to the Imperial Archives to borrow a map to a place called Oathbinder's Sanctum. I remember she was furious because the map was quite poor. She worried about finding the place, about properly executing her duty to her god. She wanted, I think, to do a good job. So, while clearly she has changed, in some sense, I'd say she's much the same.
I've never encountered an actual Death Guard. I thought they were figures from old stories.
Death Guards are surpassingly rare. Some of the secretaries who traveled without dignitaries in the Deathfire spoke of one named Iser, a devotee of Berith, who guards the hanging sepulchres there. But I've heard of no others except those I've read about in the histories, or, as you say, in stories. They are people, most often paladins or priests, so devoted to a cause that they simply refuse to pass on to the wheel when they die. Their soul haunts their body. The passion required to sustain them devours their flesh, and they swiftly turn to bone. I've never read a history nor tale of a Death Guard that did not end with them going quite mad. When they lose their capacity to care for anything but their cause, they cannot love. And when they cannot love, they cannot be merciful. And so everything before them becomes only an obstacle.
What do you know about the Steel Garrote?
Think upon your promises and die. That's the litany of the Steel Garrote, usually said right before they kill you. They're an order of paladins born and bred in Adir, though clearly they've found plenty of work beyond our borders. Their remit is simple but comprehensive. They punish all who break their oaths. In practice, that has historically meant contracts. One lord or merchant will hire the Steel Garrote to bring a duplicitous rival to justice.
Fun bunch. What are they doing in Paradise?
Since the events in the Deadfire, their operations have expanded. The Steel Garrote has always been associated with Wodica. Now, they are explicitly her order. And they go wherever Wodica's priests, or Wodica herself, believes there is a need for them to go. The Living Lands are a dangerous, lawless frontier in sore need of order. Thus, they are here. Or so the Steel Garrote say.
Wodica, goddess of vengeance. Ludwin's chosen a challenged patron.
Do you think so? I've always found her inflexibility comforting. Wodica's edicts are clear. If you obey her laws, pursue justice, punish the guilty, and give fealty to the Emperor, then you have pleased her, and I aim to please. But Wodica does not trust. She demands that you declare yourself for her again and again. Her every request is a test, and her every test is an opportunity to disappoint her. I appreciate a god who makes you work for their grace. I don't want anything given to me for free.
I'd like to ask you something else.
I'm an open book.
I was told to meet with a watcher, but I don't know anything about them. What can you tell me?
I trust whomever told you to consult a watcher also told you to avoid the one in the city. She is a liar and a thief.
Oh, did you take your money?
No. Anyway, watchers are individuals capable of perceiving souls. The soul may be in a living body, or it may simply be lingering, waiting to pass into the in-between. In either case, interacting with a soul allows a watcher to glimpse a person's past lives or their most deeply buried memories. Watchers are incredibly rare, and in Adir, highly controlled. Many people wish to know who they were in a previous life, and do not like what they learn.
What happens to watchers in Adir?
The smart ones stay hidden. They do not announce their powers, perhaps not even to themselves. Even a careful watcher risks inadvertently revealing themselves by knowing something they shouldn't know. Of the ones that are public, little is concretely known. But we hear things. They make good judges in Wodica's courts, so long as they're controlled. The lords, it's rumored, buy and sell them to collect blackmail on their enemies. But I suspect many watchers are imprisoned or executed, or simply kill themselves.
Are watchers dangerous?
A watcher doesn't need your cooperation or consent to read your soul. They could learn everything about you, terribly damaging things about your parentage, for example, or things you did in a past life, without you ever knowing. You see how this could threaten the established order, undermine our betters' right to rule.
Yeah, but that's just one side to it. Imagine how a watcher feels, knowing what a threat they are to the status quo. I don't know about you, but I wouldn't be keen on kings and emperors wanting me dead. Sounds like a lot of hassle.
Don't sell yourself short, Kai. I don't doubt you're an expert in people wanting you dead.
You're not wrong.
I rarely am. In any case, the Watcher is fundamentally a tragic figure. Of the few that survive our world, most are destined to go mad.
Could I become a watcher?
Yes and no. So far as I understand it, a Watcher is born a Watcher. But it takes an event, often something shocking or traumatic, to bring a Watcher's powers to the fore. So you may be a Watcher, or I may be, or Kai, and we might not even know.
Are there any famous watchers I should know about?
Well, the Watcher of Cadnua is legendary. It was their castle Aethys destroyed when he began his campaign of terror in the Deadfire. Oh, by the Queen, I hope I get to meet them someday. In terms of local interest, you'll have heard of Runid, of course. And there was Ida. You may not know about her. She was a Watcher from the Living Lands. I believe she was an Orlin. She must have died, 150 years ago. Slain by a great serpent, gods treat kindly with her soul. Doubtless there are others, but most don't meet a good end.
Oh, I'm...
By all means.
Did you speak to that scout out front?
Off freak? I did. Terrible shame what happened to his brother. It sounds like his injuries were severe. I saw you two talking. I hope you can help him, Envoy.
I'm headed there right after this.
Oh, that's a relief. Cadman is a good kid, cannier than his brother, and wasted on those glorified tomb robbers. You're the only one we have with the expertise for that kind of field work.
Aside from the people in trouble down there, which says something to the danger in that cave.
Whatever I think of the Expeditions Corps, they serve a vital purpose to the Empire. I'm glad it's you going after them.
You're the ambassador's secretary. What's he like?
Well, you'll notice I'm nearly always here. If that man sleeps, I don't know about it. He wouldn't say, but I believe he relied on the Claviger far more than he lets on. And without the Claviger's steady hand at the rudder, the ambassador's struggling just to bail water from the sinking ship that is Paradise.
Claviger Amon might have tolerated a little more chaos than the ambassador liked, but he kept this place humming. He's not someone you can easily replace, and not with one man alone.
It's a difficult job. The pressure sometimes gets the better of him. But if he loses his temper now and then, I can't blame him for it. Better him than me.
What's he like when he's not working?
He doesn't know what to do with himself. You know, in our first days here, he'd often walk to the end of the docks at sunrise. The work was done, the embassy was closed, and he'd still be wearing the same clothes he'd slept in at his desk. And he'd just stare out over the sea. He always seemed dissatisfied back then. I suppose, years later, he still does.
You don't want his job?
Be serious. Most of us here didn't get sent to the frontier because we were anybody's favorite. The longer I'm here, the more likely the people who matter are to forget me. And I'd actually like to get back to High Crown someday. Get married, have a few kids, take the civil exams, and settle into a permanent clerkship.
I guess there are worse ways to spend a life.
Like rotting in this embassy.
Well, I'd like to ask you something else.
I'm an open book.
I should head out.
Should you ever need me, I will be here. Safe travels, Envoy.
Wow, that was a lot of talking. Alright. Steele wrote report we found this book on a public bench. After careful study, our scribe confirmed the handwriting matches the signature found on the scrolls of Tane's chaotic orb. Be advised that Tane is in the living lands. As a member of the Circle of Archmagi, he has license to go where he pleases. We will observe him at a distance, but no one is to engage him. Tane is either a harmless fool or one of the most dangerous people alive. We simply can't take that chance. Dear Diary, Tane's diary. Here I am in the Living Lands. This island might not be the safest vacation spot, but it's certainly the most colorful. Also the most flavorful, according to these mushrooms, and mushrooms seldom lie. Before I forget, I promised Bakarna I'd bring back a souvenir. There's rumor of a fallen star and emerald stare. Could be a nice addition to her collection. Messages scribbled on the inside cover. If found, please return to Tane the Archmage, author of Tane's Chaotic Orb. The Ader Empire, Part 2, Expanding Borders. 2602 AI, Adiran explorers return from over the ocean, telling tales of the ruins and treasures there, and of expansive fields that were perfect for growing Vorlas. The explorers warned the Fraconing that the locals were not friendly to outsiders, but the Fraconing, seeing this as an opportunity to extend his empire, secure trade on another continent, sent more explorers. Over the next 20 years, the area that would become the Deerwood was investigated, mapped, and colonized. 2623, the first permanent Adiran colonial settlements were established. Vorless fields were set up north of the forests and the Deerwood, but between the conflicts with the Glanfathans and the War of the Broken Stone, it floundered. It wasn't until 2643 that the opportunity presented itself again. Some Ethosian pilgrims wanting to escape persecution established colonies and Vorlas farming operations in the territory of Retsaris. With Grand Valia on the verge of collapse, the Fraconing wanted to ensure his hold on the Purple Tide trade would be established. He encouraged the settlement and even paid to have the pilgrims set up in the New World. Because the Fraconing was still trying to secure his name in the Purple Dye trade, he was unable to properly respond to Admeth Hadrit when he issued his ultimatum. To avoid a rebellion and leave himself time to oversee the Vorlas farms in Retsaris, the Fraconing relented and made Admeth a Gref Palatine. In return for this concession, Admeth spent time and resources on the Deerwood's trade and shipping routes, benefiting the Fraconig with increased income. For 7 years, the Deerwood provided Ader with steady income, leaving the Fraconing time to ensure his trade system in Retsaris was strong. With the Fraconing's attention elsewhere, Admeth instituted the 10-year treaties, ending slavery in the Deerwood and permanently removing one of the revenue sources provided by the Deerwood and explorers, the artifacts from the ruins scattered throughout the Deerwood. At this point, the Fraconing's word meant almost nothing to the citizens of the Deerwood. Admeth Hadrit had replaced him as their true leader. In order to undermine Admeth's standing, the Fraconing found allies willing to explore the ruins against the treaty conditions and plunder them. Soon, Ader again had a supply of artifacts to sell. When his agents were eventually caught, the Fraconing distanced himself from the operation, certain there was no way to link him to the proceedings. But the Gref, using means provided to him by his Glanfathan allies, discovered the evidence needed to prove the Fraconing was behind the plunderers. The conflict that arose from this revelation led to the Admeth declaring independence for the Deerwood in 2668 AI. After a bloody 4-year-long war that resulted in the death of Admeth, the Fraconing relented. Trying to keep control of the Deerwood had become too costly. He signed treaties with the new Duke of the Deerwood, and returned his attention to Retsaris, redoubling efforts on the Vorlas trade, which is still running today. The Ader Empire Part 1, Origin. Approximately 2200 AI, a group of tribes called the People of the Deer unified into a new civilization called the Ader Kingdom. The tribes, small and widespread over the land, knew it would be better for their continued existence to unify. The leaders of each tribe became advisors to the king, chosen by the group. Each advisor would still be lord over his people, but each lord would answer to the Fraconing first king. This decision was exactly what was needed, and the Adiran kingdom thrived. Spreading across the land, establishing strong trade routes, the Adirans became known as fair but shrewd businessmen. While the country thrived and internally there was little strife, there were still the occasional skirmishes with the neighboring elven kingdom of Kulklin. Not long after the kingdom was formed, the Adiran people began studying animancy. Still largely unknown at that time, animancy was an exciting, terrifying new realm in which Adiran scholars saw great potential. This potential came to bear fruit in 2260 AI when a group of animancers working together transferred the soul of a recently departed man into another body, creating the first of what would later come to be known as the Undead. The reaction to this discovery was swift and decisive. Both the King of Ader and the Church of Boudica condemned this event, and the study or practice of animancy was outlawed. it would never again be practiced openly on Adiran soil. Conflicts with Coquelin continued, escalating to a minor war in 2398 AI. Afterward, a treaty was signed and the Kingdom of Ader merged with Coquelin to form the Ader Empire. With the political and military strife now settled, the Ader Empire would become an economic powerhouse, able to acquire and generate resources that were difficult to obtain in other parts of the world. The Empire's trade routes became some of the most lucrative in the world. Pretty sure I already read that. Contrary letter, Ambassador Hilgard. I have maintained order in Paradise for many years. I know the city. When there's a good leader and fair policy, there's peace. But you have allowed the Steel Garrote to terrorize my people, to sow distrust and fear. I suggest you tighten your Inquisitor's leash, or the embassy may not carry your banners for long. Claviger Emond. Ader customs. Ader is a country rich with custom, and they are known for their strict adherence to them. Their customs run the gamut from grand celebrations like the Feast of Feasts to the mundane superstitions, such as ways to avoid Svef addiction. This volume will focus primarily on bigger celebrations, as no one knows how to throw an extravagant party quite like an Adiran. The Feast of Feasts. The biggest and most important of all Adiran customs is the Feast of Feasts. This week-long celebration happens the first week of Fenestu, deep summer, and is dedicated to honoring the life of the first Firkoning. Each day of the week is devoted to some aspect of the Firkoning's life, and there are very specific dishes to be served at each meal. The Feast of Feasts originally began as a festival celebrating the birth of the Firkoning's first son and soon became a yearly occurrence during the week of his birthday. Currently, Adirans simply use it as an excuse for a party and pull out all the stops in an effort to outdo the previous year. And lest you wonder, as I did, which Firkoning is honored during the Feast of Feasts, it is always the current Firkoning, for each Firkoning is the first and only Firkoning. That doesn't make sense. Sweet Treat. A special custom that arose at some point during the Feast of Feasts, Sweet Treat started as a way to keep children occupied so their parents could dine in peace. While it is still used for that today, significance has been added to it. Each treat is placed in a container, usually small metal boxes, and hidden somewhere on the property. After everything has been hidden, the children are sent out to find the treasures. It is said now that the hidden treats represent clan faith and artifacts, and the children are the explorers bringing the riches back to their new and rightful owners. Carnival of the Mask. When the original colonists for Ader traveled to the new land to found the Deerwood in the name of the Dieren Firkoning, they encountered the Glenfathan people. The Carnival of the Mask celebrates this meeting. Originally, it was merely a formal reenactment as a play of the tensions between the Glenfathans and the Dieren settlers, but has since evolved into much more than that. Participants choose sides and come dressed to elaborate outfits depicting which group they have decided to align themselves with, the Dierens or Glenfathans. Everyone attends a masquerade ball, and this party replaces any semblance of the play that was presented. Winter's End. Winter's End was never anything more than an excuse for a celebration, and it hasn't changed in all the years it has existed in Ader. It takes place during winter dusk and lasts all 3 days. People use the time to reflect on the year, celebrate their lives, and remember the dead, especially those who have passed in the recent year. Oh boy.
Envoy, is it really you?
Claviger, unsent letter. Claviger Emond. I know the blighting of the Strangleroot is a cause for concern, but I must strongly discourage any trade deal that involves buying additional crops from Fioramus Verno. We cannot endorse the blasphemous trade of antimancy, much less welcome it to our dinner tables. Ambassador Hilgard. Alright, so I'm not talking to you yet. Letter to the Inquisitor. Inquisitor, I have Been in Emerald Stair long enough to confirm our worst suspicions. The people of Fiorma Severno care not for the laws of mortals or gods. Antimancy and folk magic are peddled in defiance of Vodica. Their crimes are innumerable, their way of life intolerable. All is not lost. Politically, they are unstable, too focused on themselves to notice us, our eager hands tightening the garrote. We await your order, your friend in the forest. Ambassador Hilgard's journal. I must admit, it is proving impossible to build diplomatic relations. The locals have a natural distrust of outsiders, and we have nothing they want. Inquisitor Ludwin believes that time and pressure will prevail with that I shared her confidence. Ludwin, under her gaze, I feel scrutinized down to the bone. I picked apart like carrion and stared through by a pair of cold, motionless eyes that have glimpsed too far beyond the veil, reducing me to some depraved pilgrim who prays only for her ossified claws to work their way under my skin, liberating me from this pathetic envelope until at last we are bound together as a skeletal pair, limbs intertwined not as two beings but as one. There is no shame in being attracted to power. Nevertheless, I must keep such feelings to myself, lest they be met with revulsion or worse, enthusiasm. Adiran dialects. The sun does not set on the Adiran language. Those of us who commune with this proud language or some derivation of it populate every corner of Eora. Most of us who speak this wonderful tongue know it is Adiran, but scholars and those obsessed with correctness often qualify it as modern or contemporary Adiran. This is to contrast the language you and I speak today with Eld Adiran, the old elven language that was spoken in the Adiran Empire back before the pioneer settlers of the Deerwood built their longships. If Eldadiran could be considered the mother of the living Adiran, the language of Hillspeak could be seen as Adiran's cousin. Hillspeak is fading from common use, but many of the elves, especially the older one, in the Adiran heartland still use this dialect. Whether you know it or not, if you can read these words, you can understand Hillspeak. It is almost identical to Adiran, but includes a large vocabulary of archaic words that have fallen out of use in today's Adiran. When you hear bards sing old Adiran poems, there are often lines of chorus that sound like melodic nonsense inserted to complete rhymes. These are usually instances of words that are lost from our common language but still used in Hillspeak. While Hillspeak is familiar to speakers of so-called modern Adiran, the same cannot be said of our language's predecessor. Eld Adiran is a dead language, spoken by academics but not used in any major community. Eld Adiran words are often familiar to Adiran readers, but the words are orthography that has since been abandoned. Unfamiliar accent marks abound. For example, Eldadiran contains some diphthongs that have no place in the modern Adiran, as well as a few tricky consonant clusters. Aya creates an Aya sound that sounds like the colloquial solution to Heya. Ao sounds like Ao. This sound is still used in the modern word of Aora. Ae is pronounced as Ae, such as in Wraith. And both create the long O sounds as in loop. Sounds like an E, sounds as in B. Sounds like the consonant Y as in U. Sounds like sh. SH, so you pronounce it like shop. CG sounds like J. End of the word like hedge. It's not uncommon for any for given names of Adirans. Deerwoodens and Red Sirens to come from Eldadiran. Some examples. Aldwin is pronounced Aldween because of the long vowel sounds on the Y. Dernish is pronounced Dernish since the final SC cluster sounds like the SH sound. Yester is pronounced on account of the GJ consonant cluster. Sledge is pronounced like sledge. Thiersch is pronounced, and Ushgrim is not Uskgrim. It's pronounced Ingmar, leading with a vowel sound. Guess that helps. Alright, let's go find the Watcher.
Hey, so close. But what's the point? It's useless without that Adra. Oh, you are a special one, you are. I thought all the godlikes were taken back, wherever they came from. Don't mean a thing by it. I'm glad to see not all the gods have abandoned us.
Are you drunk? What do you know about godlikes? I'm really not trying to attract attention.
No, of course I'm not drunk. I am an alchemist. You should know, this place is heading quickly into a swamp of madness. Even the plants and the animals feel it.
What do you mean the plants and animals feel it? Trust me, I've been neck deep in madness since I arrived. I assume this is where you ask for my help. This doesn't sound like my problem.
Something is happening here. The plants and the animals are changing. No one knows why, or exactly what's doing it. Sapiento di Falva, alchemist and dreamer, at your service. My latest experiment was meant to solve the scourge that has come over the local flora and the fauna, but it wasn't meant to be. I expected my main reagent to be delivered today, but I suppose the gods had other ideas.
Oh, I'm too stupid again. Do I want to know what your main reagent is? How concerned are you about the scourge? We fought a strange bear in the strangle root. Maybe this is connected. Blame the merchants, not the gods. It's probably just delayed.
Oh, just a bit of luminous adra. Rather valuable, but nothing against the law. You may have noticed, or perhaps not, since no doubt you've been busy, that wildlife here has gone a bit wrong. No one knows how best to describe it, but we can all see it. Something is distorting the life around here, and I hoped to stop it.
Luminous Audra, eh? Interesting. You feel you have the answer? I think it will take more than a few herbs and oils to fix the problem.
As you no doubt know, luminous Adra is a more powerful form of the Adra we see out there from time to time. Very, very rare. The gentlemen who are supposed to acquire my Adra have not delivered it, and they seem to be avoiding me, as if they fear my wrath.
Oh, maybe there's something we can do to help. You've gone through a lot of trouble to get this stuff. I can't do anything about missing freight.
At this point, I'll take any help I can get. My friends must have lied, or they got the Adra and they lost it. I can't imagine why else they would be acting so strange about it.
And you think the Audra could cure the affliction? If we find your friends, we find the Audra. There has to be another way to get Luminous Audra.
The people of the Deadfire have been refining Luminous Adra for its health benefits for gods know how long. If anything can cure this affliction, that's it.
If we find your friends, we find the Audra.
Best of luck with that. I saw them briefly not too long ago, looking shifty and desperate. They were running around the paradise, talking to other scholars in the area. Ganeth and Remio, I believe. And an older lady. Don't recall her name.
Tracking down unscrupulous smugglers is our specialty. If they're as desperate as it sounds, things might get a little dangerous.
I'd be very grateful. I know it looks like I'm crying, but it's from the acrid fumes I inhaled earlier. Any luminous Adra will do, he said, as if the stuff were falling from the sky.
So, I find them, or I find Luminous Audra? Bro, why you all up on me like that?
No, no. I need something that says burning, mysterious.
Always thought they should move to high.
You there! Are you just going to stand there and gawk at that body?
He's dead. You, what are you doing?
That's the Imperial envoy. Stay out of his way.
Oh, right. Huh?
I do what I please. Oh, okay. The underbelly.
Hope you know what you're doing.
I mean, I am just kind of winging it. Oh, you're misleading. Okay. Oh. What's this place?
Just stand there. Come in. Baloroc's always open.
Oh, well, I don't know what I'm looking for. I'm just here, you know. I'm browsing around, looking for things. Ooh, you open too? Ooh.
Just stand there. Come in. The Baloroc's always open.
Well, I took some stuff. Cause I didn't think you needed it.
You saved my life. He would have killed me, and all for a few coins.
Think nothing of it. Any law-abiding citizen would have done the same.
Paradise is getting more dangerous by the hour.
Well, okay then. Don't know what exactly happened, but there was a dead body. Alright, here. It's going up here to oh, hello. Nice. I feel like this is here for a reason. Don't you fall? Okay. Can I go here? No? You won't let me up there? Really? Okay. Oh, are they like right over here? Oh.
The hunters set that up as a way to earn some extra coin.
Okay, cool. Bounty, Nakib. Attention, a reward will be given for killing Ivory Spinner Nakib. She is the cause of the spider infestation beneath Paradise, and killing her will cull their numbers. She is known to be in her nest in the caves beneath the city. To claim your reward, return proof of your kill to Aldrich and Paradise. Thank you.
Brave soul, Envoy. Spiders are bad enough as is, let alone big mean bastards like Nasib.
Or Nasib. Octave the Firebrand. Attention, a reward will be given for killing Octave the Firebrand. He is a wanted arsonist and runs a bandit gang responsible for numerous killings and robbings. He is known to be at the Godless Ruins in the overgrown frontier northwest of Paradise. To claim your reward.
Oh, Octave.
Octave.
So that's a dwarf with a chip on his shoulder. Heard he burnt the last ones that went after him alive.
Ralga. Reward will be given for killing the ogre Ralga. He took over leadership of Zarup tribe and is wanted for their recent killings of the town's citizens. He is known to be in Mercenary Falls, located north of Paradise in the Reach.
Going to take on the ogre then? Reckon he's the most dangerous bounty we've got. Be careful now.
Tempestuous Luandi. Reward will be given for killing Tempestuous Luandi. She is a known smuggler, ringleader wanted for numerous crimes against the citizens of Paradise. She's known to be at the ship graveyard in Ondra's Reach, east of the shantytown.
Tempestuous Luandi caught your eye, huh? Watch yourself. Her aim is as sharp as her wit.
Okay. The Yellow Bands. A reward will be given for killing the Yellow Bands. They are responsible for a number of raids on the northern farms and for ambushing travelers to and from Emerald Stair. They are known to make camp amidst Pargrunin ruins east of Paradise.
Ain't many ways into that camp from what I've heard. You might want to consider trying to find one. A frontal assault would be mighty reckless.
Cool.
You there. You look like you know your way around... hello. I heard what happened. I see why you'd want to protect yourself.
There's a merchant at the docks who sells weapons and armor just like yours.
Probably because I made them. Or most of them, anyway.
You aren't worried about him undercutting you?
I've already been paid for them. If Volter happens to stumble onto them later, what can I do?
Do you have any specialty pieces?
You mean enchanted? No. A shield does its job just fine. It doesn't need to be tinkered with. Talk to my sister if you're interested in that kind of thing. She's over there. At least I don't think she's blown herself up yet.
Are you sure you're not a little jealous?
I just think... Well, maybe. I'm still taller, though. By a hair's breadth. If I stand up straight.
I'd like to buy something. Alright, let's see. Man, I am poor. Not even these. Wow, okay. Alright, let's stop getting distracted. You're the sister.
Step right up. I can tell you need more fire in your life. Or maybe more essence. Please buy something. I'm trying to prove a point.
And that point is...
My sister, the blacksmith, she doesn't think this will work out. I say she's wrong. Why keep a dagger under your pillow when you can use a ward stone instead?
Thought you and the blacksmith looked familiar.
Because we're twins. She may be older, but that doesn't mean she's right about everything.
Do these goods have any risks I should be aware of?
Of course not. I wouldn't sell you something I thought would kill you. That's not good for business.
I have to ask, you never know when you'll summon something unsavory.
I did that once. I had to hire a watcher to get the phantom out. I suppose I shouldn't brag about that to a potential customer.
What are you selling? Cool. Alright, now let's stop getting distracted. Let's move on down to point A.
No signs of a struggle. Looks like misadventure to me.
I don't know.
Alright, the map screen shows topographical maps of the regions of the living lands and their settlements. Exploring the living lands will gradually fill out your map screen with more geographic detail in the areas you have traversed. It will also mark points of interest and other details like quests, stores, area transitions, party camps, and fast travel beacons on your map. You can fast travel directly to fast travel beacons and party camps by interacting with their icons on the map. Tracked quest objectives are marked on the map with whatever that icon is. Untracked quest objectives are also marked on the map with this icon. Press right click while hovering over an untracked quest objective to mark. Okay, cool. Oh. That's where the other one was that I saw. Okay. Alright, so I got somewhere around here is gonna be...
I don't know. Break like that? It's hard to give yourself.
I assume you intend to pursue this line of inquiry.
It's Paradise. Someone killed him.
Well, I can't say I've met one like you before, but I'm sure you hear that all the time.
Any dwarven smugglers come by here recently, they might have seemed a bit concerned all the time, especially since I arrived here. That equipment looks a lot like animancy supplies to me. Have a wonderful day.
Oh, heavens no. I would never treat with such folk. But I know who would. Look for Remio up in the Pearl District, and who knows where Adelgund wandered off to now.
Oh. So look at that, just giving your information away. Ooh, nice. Fast travel.
trouble.
Don't tell me what to do.
Surprised they'll let us walk out of here.
Where's the Watcher?
Stay out of trouble.
Wow, you are way out there. Alright. Oh, now you showed up on the map. Okay, now I see you. I see you.
Wasn't there supposed to be a cartographer around here?
Yeah, I suppose there was. We'll find them. Alright, item quality. Each item and each enemy has a quality tier that indicates its effectiveness in combat. Common, fine, exceptional, superb, and legendary. Enemies of a higher quality tier than you will display skull icon next to their health bar and will be highly resistant to attacks from weapons and abilities. Purchase higher quality gear from merchants or upgrade weapons and armor at the party camp workbench. Armor and weapons of higher quality will respectively provide increased protection and deal increased damage. Weapons and armor can be upgraded up to 3 times within their base quality tier. After that, they can also be upgraded across quality tiers with the use of additional resources. Upgrading a unique item across quality tiers requires the use of Audra and its variants. Audra can be found in areas of high challenge or derived from breaking down your other less used unique items. As you progress, upgrading your unique weapons and armor will be crucial to your combat effectiveness. Ho!
Oh, no, you don't! What's left?
He's up south.
One for you!
There's too many at one time. Oh, where'd you come from?
Time to rally. Left leg. Hook up, envoy.
Second Wind activates when you become incapacitated and restores a portion of your health. If you become incapacitated while Second Wind is on cooldown, you will die. Decrease Second Wind's cooldown and increase the amount of health restored by spending attribute points on resolved. Yeah. Whoa, that was too close for comfort. I did not like that.
Just like the good old days.
What do you mean, just like the good old days? Used up all my potions. I died. Had to use second wind. This was not what I signed up for. Alright, so I set that off. Let's go. It went like probably the complete wrong way. It's probably why things got so dangerous.
Right behind you.
Well, that...
Watch the left.
Oh my god. Where did you come from? And Kai, where were you? Alright, what do we got? We got one. Dang, I feel like all these are like their difficulty tiers. I probably should not be doing these right now. Here, let's track this. Let's change it up a bit. Oh, I gotta go back that way.
What is it?
Is this what it's like to travel with an army? I can get used to this.
I hear you. But where are you?
How awful.
Wish they had a back entrance. Your cronies here aren't popular.
Not to worry, Envoy. We got one of the bastards.
Assassin's note, my friends and countrymen. The envoy is alive and hunting us. Our position in the city is compromised. Use the final hours of this life gathering intelligence on the Adiran embassy and deliver it to us. Trust no one. Pray that the gods know what they're doing, for I no longer understand their motives. Igwolf.
O great queen that was, have your sway over this new land.
Welcome, Envoy. You look well.
Okay, I hear you. Oh, you're right. How do I get to you? Gotta do some crazy climbing. Alright, let's try it up here. If there's a will, there's a way. So it wasn't telling me to go in there. I just gotta go... around? Don't know if there's a safe way around without me going through the city. Nice. Oh, interesting. Can practically climb anywhere. That's freaking cool. Can't get up there. Alright, let's do... Yes, I gotta upgrade. Upgrade some weapons. Alright, let's see. That's it. That's as far as you got. Ay, 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 ay. Alright, let's see.
Listen, this is something I never thought I'd have to ask, but can we talk about you coming back from the dead?
Yes, let's... You were there, what did you see? We can talk, but I don't fully understand what happened either. Maybe I was just sleeping.
Let's talk. As if Bareth didn't just drag you out of the grave. By the time I got you to Liviana's, I don't think you had a pulse. You certainly weren't breathing. You must have spent 20 minutes as a corpse on one of her cots before you just came back. What did you see while you were gone? What do you remember?
From the beginning, I left my body. My soul was pulled towards Audra. My soul traveled to the beyond, a part of it anyway. I finally encountered someone in the beyond.
Watchers say souls can linger between this world and the beyond for a time. I've seen Runid talk to them a few times, almost in a trance. What happened next?
My soul traveled to the beyond, a part of it anyway.
The beyond. That's the realm of the gods, of souls.
It was beautiful, full of otherworldly light and sound, a place of pure essence. It was horrifying, confusing, disorienting. I was pulled along like a fish on a line. It was a very, very strange place. I finally encountered someone in the beyond.
Well, that sounds kind of nice. What did you see there? Wait, someone? Who was it, or what was it?
Oh. It's the same voice I heard in the Audra and the Strangle route. No idea, but it didn't seem like Berith. They seem to be a prisoner of some kind.
Well, that's good. Imagine how much worse this would be if you had two cryptic entities clamoring for your attention. So, someone is reaching out to you from the beyond. They saved you from death, and now they want you to free them from wherever they are. Do you trust them?
I think so. They don't seem malicious. They seem as confused as I feel. I don't know. I need to understand more about them first. I'm suspicious. If they're imprisoned in the beyond, I have to wonder why. Do I trust the mysterious voice that can speak into my mind and redirect my soul? Not at all.
I guess that's some comfort. Well, even in the land of the strange, you have had the strangest experience I've ever heard of, and you haven't even left Dawnshore. That's quite a feat.
I'd rather discover an exciting new monster of some kind. I don't know if it's a good thing. Thanks. Thanks.
There's still time. So, this whole time you were in the beyond, and then you were just sent back.
There's something you want to ask, just ask, yes?
Do you think there's a way to bring people back from the dead?
I'm sorry, but no. I don't really understand what happened to me, but I don't think so.
Huh. Yeah. I realized how silly that sounded as soon as I asked. It's getting late. You must be tired. I know I am. Hopefully that Watcher Runid will have some answers for us. For now, let's get some rest. Good thing you're asking the expert. I'll tell you what I can. We should be safe enough, but I'll take watch, just in case.
The wood echoes, strangled suffering. We knew this creature.
You can speak to me in dreams too? Please tell me I haven't died again. Really? Now? I can't get any decent sleep either.
The Audra hums beneath the moon. The bear, the rot in the heart. Did its beauty sing to you?
The bear I put down? I suppose its death had a kind of beauty. It's a monster.
Wilt, then grow again. What gleams cannot be a monster? We wish you had not killed it.
It was me or the bear. I chose me.
Violets and the stars. We wish for both.
Sadly, it doesn't work that way. Alright, what would you have done?
Must all we love turn to ash? Can we not save it?
Sometimes the only mercy you can offer is death.
Mercy like a knife. It hunts all of us. God, mortal, Beauty. Sleep now. We ponder.
Alright, let's keep.
Next one's mine.
We make a good squad.
Lemon. Alright, let's see. Frost damage, some spells. Abilities, unique weapons, and naturally occurring Eyes of Remirgand. Boost Frost. Alright, so I can't go through that way just yet. Alright, let's go across the bridge. Yeah, we don't need to deal with that. Shrine to Bodica.
Never gotten this ruin. Your countrymen turned that one into a shrine to Bodica.
Well met. Feel free to partake of Bodica's favor.
Nice. Okay.
Perk up, envoy.
Oh boy. No, 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 no.
Show me what
Freaky deaky phantoms, man, really?
You take lead.
Oh.
Oh no, you.
He's outside.
This looks like the path Offric told us about.
Question is... Oh, okay. This is the right way. This is what I was looking at. Okay, cool. I completely forgot that that's... Okay, yeah. One needs to pay attention more. Could you imagine if they just fell off of this?
Great view, isn't it? You can even see Fort Northreach in the distance. No. Too soon.
Bro, like, really?
If you traveled weeks to see him, you can wait a few more days.
Kara, you would not be so glib if your family's souls were crying out to you for justice.
Some crusty old priest isn't going to change that. The Temple of Aethys is closed. Ugh, I don't know why everyone in the Living Land suddenly wants to see the old kook in there, but it's not happening. Not today, anyway. Probably not tomorrow, either. Not with the way they're dawdling.
Since when do you make the rules?
Since I arrived with the big sword.
So you say I need a bigger sword. The Oracle has one. Let me in and I will borrow it.
I'm saying you need to go home because the goddamn temple is closed.
I'm here at Offric's request. You've got an expedition in trouble? You mean the Temple of Aethys? Where is it? Why can't she enter the temple? Are you two done? Squabble is not my affair. Good day.
The boy made it back to the embassy. I half expected him to kick off on the way there.
He was badly injured and grieving his brother's wounds. I say it is good news.
Sure, until the Inquisitor hears he abandoned his men to go crying for his mum.
Oh, quietly slink away while they're arguing. Are you going to let me pass or what? Who's this Inquisitor? I'll leave you both to it. Good day.
Good thinking. If we duck out fast, they might not even notice we're gone.
Perhaps I will sneak inside while you are sleeping. What say you then?
Guess I'll just have to sleep when you sleep.
What if I wait early?
The temple entrance is just through the cave there. That sphere looks Adiran, all right. Guess we're on the right track.
Essence generators are mechanical devices that can be activated with shock damage.
Doors open. Quiet as the depths. Look alive. They've seen us. Is that all you got? One for you! Now we know why the expedition team abandoned that puzzle. Good fight.
Book of Verses. Ednung the Bright Stars spoke, and her voice was like a clarion cry calling his soul forth. He knew her for the right hand of the shining god and was afraid. "O wanderer, hear me," she spoke. "You are known to us, and your deeds put you far from salvation." And he wept, for he knew that his sins lay bare before his great illumination. Then Sargami spoke, and his voice swept forth with the heat and force of the bright day sun. "Weep not, for the child of light has forgiveness even for you, if you will embrace him." Harmkey knelt before them, then resolved to save himself, and asked what he must do. And Modagund spoke. Her voice was like the songbird's final hymn, bidding farewell to the day's light. "What darkness lies within you, you must cast into his light. Your sins will be burned from you until you are newly formed, reborn into his keeping." So spoke the Modagund, but Ednung warned him, saying, "You have walked all these years into darkness and must now return. You will find the path like treading fire, and at every step you will be tempted to turn away, but no harm will come to you if you keep your faith." So there's nothing here but that. Seems like a waste. A grenade.
Views like this remind me why I came to the Living Lands in the first place.
Something stirs here.
You think? You know what? I want to put. Go back to the
Blood
sword.
and a broken tripwire. Maybe Offrig's squad passed through here.
It's very possible.
Look at that. That statue. How did anyone build that all the way down here?
Her jewels, whispers of searing light.
One for you!
Nice. Do you have to be so loud about it?
Unseen, unheard.
Nice.
How'd you do that?
Because I'm a godlike, that's how. feel like that's just a way around. Interesting. What's over here? Some more blood. What? Daily affirmations of focus efficiency. All errors can be reforged into lessons. Abaddon rebuilt himself from ruin. No setback is insurmountable, not even death itself, so long as the soul is dedicated to the task. Work hard, work well. Abaddon demands only honest labor and forthright service. All errors can be reforged if your first intentions are pure. All ignorance can be reforged into knowledge. Master your craft. Excel at what you have been trusted to do. Do not offend your teacher by remaining a student forever. Each generation must forge its successors. Teach your trade to all who are willing to learn, and in doing so, multiply the fruits of your knowledge. All difficulties can be reforged into triumphs. Meet strife with humility and acceptance. Let adversity temper the ingot of your will, and you will never shatter. Embrace your station, fulfill the duties of your rank, and meddle not in the affairs of your betters. All guilds fail at their weakest link. All loss can be reforged into strength. Profitable work heals all emptiness. So long as you have the tools of your trade, you will always be able to forge wealth anew. Value the works of others, and they will value your works in return. Share the harvest with the hungry, and your tools with the destitute. All souls can be reforged into whatever we will. Hard work is not exclusive to life. Death is no time for complacency. Commit yourself to excellence in this cycle and the next.
Hold it together, kid. We're nearly there.
You're not my brother.
You're right, I'm not.
I got to be dreaming. Oh gods, am I dead? Is this the Beyond Spirit? Have you come to take me to Gallowayne's side?
The kid's in bad shape, but he's not too far gone. I think we can help him.
I'm not ready. I've never even touched a girl. It's not fair.
Kai, we can't let this kid die. Oh my god. Give Cademan a healing potion. This is my last. Use Dream Touch to heal him. Toughen up, kid. I'm not wasting my supplies on you.
Not with that. No. Oh, you mean healing him. Sorry, I'm all out of potions. I don't know any healing magic either.
Magic? I had to learn some magic, but only the kind that explodes. I don't want to explode. Please help me. Oh, that's the creepiest sensation I ever felt in my life. Like vines were growing all through me.
If it works, don't question it. And look, your wounds are closing up already.
Oh, wow. I feel leagues better. I thought for sure you were coming to take me back to the wheel. Who are you? What you doing down here?
I could ask you the same question. Are you with the Expeditions Corps? Frick sent us after you. Where's the rest of your team?
Free Expedition Corps out of High Crown. Yeah, that's us. Well, that's me anyway. The rest of those assholes went on without me after I got hurt. We'll come back for you once we've got the relic, Admin. Honest. Oh, shit. Yeda was probably hoping I'd croak so she wouldn't have to tell our freak how she abandoned me. All she cares about is that Oracle and his relic, which is probably just a big old dog bone if you ask me. He's probably still down there, fiddling with the statue. You must have seen it on your way in.
I'll go speak with this oracle, then anything I need to know about the oracle, tell me about Yeda. I need to get moving.
I doubt I know much more than you do. I mean, you're godlike, just like him.
Come on, kid. Don't get starstruck now.
Well, he's touched by Aethys, right? And he's supposed to be old, like hundreds of years old. And I don't mean elf old, he's extra old, like Aethys has been keeping him alive or something.
Great. He's old. Anything else?
He used to receive pilgrims, but only the ones who could make it to him. This place, it's like a trial.
Yeah, we've seen the same traps and crumbling buildings you have.
And he's building something. A statue of Aethys, I think. But I don't know what for. I mean, after all Aethys did in the Deadfire, people don't come here anymore. Our captain, she's... I don't know. I don't want to talk out of turn.
Relax. You're not the first person to have a bad commander.
It's not like that. I mean, it didn't used to be. Yeda's not been quite herself lately. I've always known her to be cautious, careful. Now she charges forward recklessly. And she pushes us as hard as she pushes herself. And that's how I got hurt.
Has she been short-tempered? Distracted?
Yeah. When we make camp, she has these terrible dreams. Wakes us all up with her screaming and
Dream
muttering.
Scourge.
Can't be sure, but it sounds like the Dream Scourge to me, Envoy.
I'll go speak with this oracle then.
He'll be the last one to have seen him, I bet. I'll just rest up here a minute before I head back to Paradise.
Take it easy. No sense getting yourself into another scrape.
Promise, I'll take it slow. Hey, Envoy, for what it's worth, I really thought I was gonna die down here.
Given the extent of your injuries, you certainly would have. I'll see you back in Paradise.
It's a lucky thing you found me then.
Well, anyway, I'll see you back in Paradise.
Right, yeah. You got those assholes to save and everything. I hope they're better off than I was.
Seems like a good kid. Glad we could give him a hand. Maybe one of Juliana's girls will too. So, the kid said the expedition team went deeper, looking for the Oracle. I say we head after him.
History of the Living Lands 1 Origin. The Living Lands do not exist, but certainly there is an island. Certainly there are valleys, there are rivers, lakes, and mountains. There are trees and fungi in abundance. Taken together, do these not constitute the living lands? I will concede that they constitute the description of a continent, that this continent lies north of the equator, and that this continent is equidistant from Ader and Rautai. I will concede that this continent is real so long as you and I walk upon it. We call this island the Living Lands, but the Living Lands is merely a descriptor of its attributes. A list of attributes does not alone make up a place. I believe that for a place to become real, it must have a name. For a name to be real, it must have a history. History confers meaning, and meaning is given to a name by its namer. But the Living Lands cannot be this island's name, because I have traveled its breadth, climbed its peaks, and delved its countless depths, and I have discovered that the Living Lands has no namer at all. Unless the words we use to describe this continent, the Living Lands, were given to us by the godless, unless these words have a meaning only they could comprehend, unless these words have a history only they could know, and the hacity, the thisness of this place, we lost with them. Now I want to go back around. Oh. Oh, that's all this was. Letter to Carlod. Carlod. I can find no more use to put my talents in our pitiless land, so I must go. The water freezes, I create art from it. The water melts, my art dissolves. The water freezes again, the cycle once brought me peace. I looked upon my work and was comforted by its impermanence and in the permanence of all things. I took comfort in Rimmergen's promise of the end. But even the ice carver is not impervious to the cold, and the new wind that blows from the north, from Ukaizo, and the creek cracks in the in-between, chills me to my bones. There's something wrong in the world, Loda, and not even your bright smile can set this cycle to rights. I head to the living lands. The vitality that fled my art is gathering there, condensing, now. A new chill rises in the land. A great conflict is coming, and our master will need his harbingers at his side. If Vatner returns, tell to him to come, but my love, I beg you, do not follow us. To serve our God most faithfully, I must believe you're still alive, Lexi. Well, that's unfortunate. Someone came through here for sure. Inquisitor's request. Captain Yeda. The relic you seek is but one of the many thorns in the rotten heart of this land. Claim it for Ader, and should its efficacy be confirmed, you'll be appropriately rewarded. Inquisitor Ludwin.
Didn't realize the head of the Steel Garrote was into antiques.
Things you
See
know.
someone. Be ready for anything.
Just takes time to learn someone, you know? Don't just assume.
Leave those be. They protect my devices.
Okay.
My brother. Can it be? Come, stand in the light. Let me look at you.
Oh. Interesting.
It has been too long. I had feared I was the last of us. But you... Oh, the very sight of you is a balm for the soul. I am the Oracle Sargamus, servant of the once shining god. He whose light has lately dimmed. What brings you to this sacred space?
You named yourself after one of the early figures in Aothasian scripture? I'm looking for an expedition of my countrymen. Did they pass this way? I heard there was a temple of Aothas in this cave. Did you build a statue? You're really a godlike. I should go.
Then Sargamus spoke, and his voice swept forth with the heat and force of the bright day's sun. Weep not, for the child of light has forgiveness even for you, if you will embrace him. I am that same Sargamus. Though it has been some time since a man has knelt before me and begged absolution, as Hamka did. The people do not hold to the gods any longer, and they do not hold to their servants. We live in a time of disbelief. The gods are absent, and have recalled their gifts from the world. Avarice reigns. Acquisition is the faith to which all men bow. But perhaps there is hope. You have read the Book of Verses, and we are here together, if only briefly. In this moment, we are not entirely alone.
I'm looking for an expedition. My countrymen, did they pass this way?
An expedition? I'm afraid I don't understand.
An expedition? You know, treasure maps, matching outfits, campfire songs, the works.
I am familiar with the concept, tomb raiding and the like. What troubles me is why they would come here. These ruins are not so different from the many others on this island, except that they are a good deal more treacherous. And this representation of Aethys we stand before, it is the work of my own hands. They could not hope to move it. Do you know what their purpose is here?
Do you really expect me to believe you haven't seen them? There's only one way through this place. They were searching for a relic you're rumored to keep here.
It's a reasonable question, I'll grant you. You must understand, this place has seen so few visitors for so long that I often retreat into my private quarters. To read, you understand, or pray, or sleep. Age has made me slow. I tire easily. I sleep now more hours than I wake. They could have already come and gone, and I would be none the wiser. In any case, you haven't told me what it was they searched for. Or do you not know?
They were searching for a relic you're rumored to keep here.
Ah, the splinter of Aethys. I suppose it was too much to hope they were here to examine these exquisite ruins. Truly, it is their loss.
Where do you keep the relic? I might find them there. What is this relic exactly?
The splinter of Aethys is a sliver of shinbone from my lord's titan body. It was carved from his skeleton many centuries ago. Yet long after the gods left this mortal world to claim their dominion in the beyond. The splinter is infused with the very essence of my lord's power. To illuminate without fire, to heal without injury, and to speak without voice.
Where do you keep it?
It rests in a shrine deep within this temple complex, beyond the reach of looters, visitors, or indeed, myself. The path to the relic has fallen to ruin. Some sections are flooded, and others are infested with all manner of creatures. Although, perhaps you might assist me with that.
If you're about to ask us to tidy up, think again. My place is a much bigger mess.
Oh no. I had something far grander in mind. You see, this construction beside us is no mere statue, but a reliquary I have built to house the splinter of Aethys in its appropriate grandeur. It is nearly complete, and ready for the splinter to be interred. But I can no longer reach the relic on my own. Return it to me, and who knows, perhaps you will meet your expedition along the way.
I'll return shortly. I'll be back before you can say 10 praise Aethyses.
I am most grateful. Oh, and please refrain from touching my statue or devices. May light illuminate your path, brother.
But I want to touch them. Especially since you told me not to. So Thargamis's journal, 2828. Prestu, he is gone, but he is still with me. What form should a reliquary take that is fit to hold the splinter? Were I in High Crown still, I would petition the church for ivory, gems, and gold, for this remnant of his holy body is worth all the wealth of the empire and more. Being as I am sequestered here, I will make do, instead, with the wealth of the land, granite from the tallest peaks, clay from the fertile riverbeds, and trunks from the most aged trees. I must work without ceasing until it is done. The memory of my lord cannot endure delay. 2828 Terestu. He is beginning to take shape. I thought at first a sanctuary would be appropriate, a temple within this temple of the godless. But when I prayed over my plans for the building's construction, I received a vision of Aothis' Titan as it had existed in its time, a body of strange flesh and bone, hundreds of feet tall, astride the land with the Pantheon at his side, facing down the forces of chaos like 11 colossal ships of the line. What crisis manifested them and inspired them to act? I know not, but I shall remake him as he was in my own fashion. 2829 Majaverno. He is complete, but the statue I have made is inert, lifeless, dull. The work of my hands does not dignify the splinter. There is something deficient in it and in me. I must destroy it and begin again. 2829 and Prima. He is made anew. His effigy is formed from granite, clay, and wood still, but they shelter now a precious Audracore. It glimmers even in the low light of this cavern's ceaseless evenings. He brings the dawn to this penumbral place as the light of his attention once brought to my soul. In the Empire, they celebrate Spring Dawn today, or they would have prior to the Saints' War. I wonder, what of him remains in the beyond after his dissolution at Ukaizo? I long to be with him again. 2829 per Prima. What if I did not have to wonder? You're trying to bring him back. Reminder, source fresh lumber. Niall only seems to be able to source rotten lumber, and the contemptible stuff cannot withstand the damp of this cavern. I must find someone who can fell and hew fresh trees, or my fragile generators will be at the mercy of the Zarips. The little bastards are remarkably curious.
Careful, please.
You got it. History of the Living Lands 2, Lacuna. What are we to make of the absence of the Engwithans from the Living Lands? I think often of the hundreds of years I spent in the eastern reach, and all my time there never once were the ruins of Ingwith out of my sight. The trio of their standing stones loomed from the peak of a nearby hill through my bedroom window, and the long shadows of their machines fell every day over my church. The roads we trode were their roads, and the walls that divided up our land were their walls. Their temples became our markets, our fields were littered with their tools. No mountain, nor river, nor forest could stop their building. And with their technology they mastered the world. The Engwithans laid the foundation of Aora. We, the living, are merely the skin atop their bones. But they never made it to the Living Lands. How can that be so? Good question. Letter to Sargamus. Sargamus, it has been some time since your last correspondence, and I do hope that you are still well. Have the materials and spare equipment from my lab proven reliable? You know how temperamental and finicky old equipment gets. I swear, these machines have souls of their own. But I digress. I look forward to hearing the latest news about your progress. I have no doubt that the completion of your project will change the world, and knowing you, it will certainly be far the better. That I have had a part to play in this fills me with a deep joy and satisfaction. Perhaps one day they shall write about us. I can see it now, the Oracle and the Visionary, the titillating tale of two thinkers and their thoroughly thought-provoking theories. On second thought, perhaps simply the Oracle and the Visionary will suffice. Eagerly awaiting a response, your friend Vitor. P.S. It is good that I forget to send this after it dried. Ulresk would be very cross with me if I did not relay once more that he is, and I quote, rather looking forward to giving Sargamis's oversized animate proper thrashing if he ever gets it functional. Oh, that Ulresk. Until next time, my friend. So someone wants to destroy your work. Alright, let's keep going.
The bridge is out, but that looks like the way to the relic.
The door is barred. How do we get on the other side?
This reminds me of the strangle. But how is anything this big growing all the way down here?
Magic. The world is full of magic and wonder. Some air. This clay tablet is inscribed with a flowing vertical script in a language you've never seen before. Yol Hasisa, Yazua Lulyades, Rageda Me, Gali Haid Sayapaya, Bai and Witan, Kigid Yulgapa Pubi. More air. Alright, let's check this out first. Notes on Godless language translation. Alright. The stamped tome collects the Oracle's wide-ranging and often contradictory thoughts on the origin and translation of the Godless's written language. His musings range across the page at odd angles, at times carefully considered, at others dashed off, improvisational, inspired. Arrows loop across the pages to stab at phrases, and dates are circled and underlined with such ferocity the parchment tears. Given the book's length and density, it would appear the Oracle labored over the mysteries the Godless for several years before ultimately turning his attention elsewhere. Small sample reads, the Godless wrote, that much is clear, but their tablets are nevertheless maddeningly rare. A few I find in the ruins appear to have been crushed, and their rooms that look as though they were intended to house great libraries are left utterly bare. And when I do find something of interest, it's rarely intact. The Godless came to these lands centuries ago, and some degradation in their tablets is to be expected, such as the nature of hand-shaped and fired clay, but they couldn't have been in the living lands for more than 2,000 years. I feel a mind at work here. Someone or several someones must have sought their writings out and destroyed it, which makes the possibility of translating their script only appear ever more remote. The structures of their sentences shift wildly across decades. or else I understand even less of their grammar than I thought. But my God, tell me, what inspires a culture to suddenly shift from subject to object verb to subject verb object, or to case their nouns and then, as if by fiat, to not? I feel that at least a shadow of an answer must lie in the one complete tablet in my possession, and in a word that appears in nearly every fragment I find in Wheaton. And that is why you take the time to explore. Waterlogged book. The writing in this tome is dense and spidery, and it advances across the page at a sprint as if its author's pen had been enchanted with a spell for its celerity. Whatever muse ensorcelled it will never be revealed. However, for the book's fragile pages swiftly disintegrate in your hands. True stories from the living lands. Only the hardiest of explorers would dare take the long, dangerous trek to the living lands. While there is no denying its beauty, the diversity of plant life alone is herbologist's dream. The inherent risk in blithely trekking through these pristine halls is more than most should undertake. Let me take a moment to tell you about the land itself. Rolling hills, greenery, and sun, the whole area feels like a succession of hills and valleys, each with its own ecosystem. While that declaration is a tad extreme, it can almost be said to be true. The combination of sun, geographical location, proximity to fresh water, valley depth, and the existence of hot springs have given the living lands a wide breadth of flora and fauna. Walk down a hillside into a valley and you will find lush, verdant hills. Climb the next rise and you might see nothing but rock and boiling mineral springs. And the creatures in my travels, I've seen it all, and this place never ceases to amaze me. Trolls. I will never forget my encounter with the trolls of the living lands. I had just narrowly avoided being consumed by a giant plant, more on that later, and was running as fast as I could to get away from it. I broke the crest of the hill, and the valley below was wide, green, wet, and covered with low, thick branched trees. Vines grew everywhere, between the trees, across the tops of them, down to the ground. It is a mess of vine and green. Cautiously, I worked my way down toward the basin, keeping an eye out for anything suspicious. It's a good thing I did so. I noticed not all the trees appeared to be trees. I froze, dropping to the ground in an effort to minimize my appearance. One of the trees moved, lumbering slowly away from the cluster. It's then that I realized it was a troll, stepping out from among the group of trees it had been resting against. With a few more steps, I would have walked right into their home. The camouflage these trolls exhibit far exceed any I had ever seen before. I hope to return again in the future and observe them more. Insects. While I have never seen them, I have read reports of giant insects in the living lands. Centipedes, flies, mosquitoes, and hornets, all 10 times the size you would see them elsewhere. Imagine making camp and you've just gotten everything set up. There's a nice fire going next to your shelter. Something is gently simmering in the cooking pot. You sit down, finally feeling like you can relax after a tiring day. You feel a tickling at your feet, insistent and prolonged. Reaching down to brush whatever it is away, your hand comes in contact with something hard, long and flexible, winding its way around your boot. You look down to see a centipede the size of your arm, casually making its way over your feet, toward the far side of your camp. You would get out of that camp, wouldn't you? That's exactly what my friend did when he realized he had started his fire over a centipede nest. Plants. And lest we forget, do not let your guard down around the plants. I had discovered a wonderful collection of giant flowers. They were bright pink and grew in a circle around a central stalk. What an aroma! I lack the words to describe how delectable it was. Sweet, fruity, and light with just a hint of something tangy. Looking closer, I saw some berries growing on the stalk in the center of the flowers. Well, I just had to have them. So I started pushing my way through the flowers. Then the vines growing around the base of the plant began to twitch and the blooms turned toward me. It was at that moment I saw the blooms weren't actually flowers, but hen's jaws. I'd been fooled by its camouflage. I quickly retreated, pushing my way back out just in time. The bloom slammed shut. If I had still been standing there, trying to vain to reach the berries, I wouldn't be writing this book today. The Great Western Stag. One day, Aothis was sitting on a wall watching a cat play in the sun. A crystal hung in a nearby tree had fragmented a sunbeam and scattered small motes of light on the ground. They danced around the cat, sliding over him as he frantically batted at them. He spun in place, following one as it rushed past him, and leaped on it, trying to pin it down. Aothis smiled, amused at the animal's tenacity. The cat landed on a spot, placing his paws over it only to watch it flit away again. Aothis watched the cat's tail twitch and slap at the ground, annoyed that his prey could not be pinned. "Why must you tease him?" a voice said from behind him, accompanied by the crunch of sandals on gravel. "I merely bring the dawn," Aothis responded. "I don't stoke the hunter's heart. That's your responsibility, isn't it?" "True," said a second voice, "but neither do you quell it. If the hunter could not see his prey, would he still hunt? So philosophical, Hyleia," Aothis said, and turned to greet the two gods that approached him. "Have you come to debate the parallel between sight and desire?" He gestured to the wall, inviting Hyleia and Galawain to join him. They sat in silence, watching the cat, who continued to hunt the sun, fruitlessly swatting at another mote and then rolling onto his back. "I have created the ultimate prey," Aothis said finally, breaking the silence. "It can be tracked, it can be followed, it can be seen, but it can never be caught." Galawain laughed lightly. "You don't agree, Galawain?" Aothis asked. While it's true that your creation is elusive, it hardly can be considered the ultimate prey because it never can be caught." He paused, his brow furrowed in thought. If that mote of light had substance, the hunter could subdue it. Otherwise, it's merely a dream. Truly a fruitless endeavor. "All creatures spend their lives chasing fruitless endeavors," said Hyleia. "It is the way of mortality." Galawain laughed again. "I can create a creature, a living creature of flesh and blood that can never be caught. I make your dream a reality." Now it was Aothis' turn to laugh. "You propose turning a fruitless dream into a fruitless reality. How is this any better? A life spent in the pursuit of an attainable goal far exceeds any other. But you just said no one could catch this creature. This is not attainable." Galawain smiled. "Humanity has surprised us before. Indeed, it could surprise us again. I will create a great white stag, and I will set it free in the world. It will have grace, resilience, and tenacity. It will exist solely to be pursued for all its days, and it will never be caught. It will serve to inspire the hunt for generations to come. All those who wish for glory will invoke my name. All those who hear its story will ask for my blessing in finding it." Hyleia shook her head and threw Galawain a bemused look. "I do not believe this is possible. So I, too, make an offer. To the person who catches the stag, and they will catch the stag, I will bestow upon them its grace, resilience, and tenacity. Thrice blessed they will be. They will ask for my blessing on the hunt so they can obtain my boon." Galawain and Hyleia took up arguing whose name should be invoked more when the hunt was on. Aothis sighed, a small smile playing at the edges of his mouth. He stood and looked to the sky. The sun had already started to hide itself behind the mountains. The cat, long ago tired of the stalking the motes, had fallen asleep beneath the tree. He turned and looked at the other gods, deep in debate, and sighed again. "I merely bring dawn," he repeated as he made his way down the path. "It is up to you to see what I reveal." Interesting. Chloe, Tyler, thank you for the follow. Nothing is lost. The search for Ukaizo. Excerpted from the collected journals of Wanamora Wave Chaser. The Ranga's men came to collect my portion of prize share this morning, and I had nothing to give them again. I make no money for the tribe, though I am always in my little ferry boat. Grey gull carving through the waves at night, I get no sleep. Waitaro asked me to conserve the lamp oil to come to bed, but I can't, not until I find it. I know it's out there, the lost city of Okaizo, on every chart and map of the Deadfire I found. Whether Huana, Valian, or Ryotawan, there is a gap, an empty space where so much of our history should be. Did it burn to ash and cinders in the cataclysm? Did it sink below the waves? Does Gati clutch it to her breast at the bottom of the sea? Or is that Nadi? Perhaps it's lost and wandering like me, unmoored, looking for a home it can't remember, but for which some insistent longing burns in its chest, an ember always smoldering, a little fire to push it on. Waitaro wants me to give it up, but how can I? On mornings when the sky is so clear I can hardly catch my breath for the beauty of it. I think I see it out there, shimmering in the brightening blue light. Is it a taunt or a beckoning? Would I be able to tell the difference? I asked the fisher folk when they returned with their catch at sunset. Tibere, I said, did you see anything? Or you, Mabori? How about you, Puira? They avoid me now. Waitaro says they're busy, but I know they think I'm tide-sick and sun-addled, the way Puira's lip curls in disgust when I approach the way. Tibere's eyes seem to see right through me, I know. They won't have to suffer me much longer, because tomorrow I'm taking Grey Gull and sailing north. Someone has to chase the old tales, so I will. Annals of the Pargrunin. It was in the time of Edrahil the Sure-footed that we came to Cleaben Relog in an ancient place of the Builders, as the locals call them. It was a marvelous sight, a door in the mountain framed by a pair of ghoulish aspects. Through some exercise of trickery or cunning, Edrahil was able to gain access for our scholars that we might observe and record what lay inside. We discovered a foundry of sorts, the like of which neither we nor our distant brethren had seen. Through careful observation, we surmised that the ancients had used this place to extract souls and transfer them to suits of armor, delicate and challenging work, yet the scale they had achieved left us humbled and astounded. Perhaps most remarkable were the golems. Living suits of armor powered by essence. We lost 2 of our fellows when the creatures caught us unawares, but once we'd subdued them, they proved quite fascinating. All too aware that our hosts would never again follow us, nor other curious travelers, to visit this place, we took meticulous notes and measurements of all we saw, forsaking bread and sleep until the work was done. We reported all to Edrahil, whereupon he praised our work and urged us quickly forward. For if such a place lay abandoned in the forest, we can say what other mysteries gods and kith have left in the strange and wild land. So much to read.
Next one's mine. It's mine now.
Oh, you little. How you doing? Not too bad. How about yourself? Nice.
Another glorious battle.
I mean, if that's what you want to call it. On the Fireforge path, the travels of Yarick Elton. The book is well worn and smells faintly of mildew. Its spine is cracked, and as you thumb through the book's pages, it falls open to a folio more ragged and dog-eared than the others. Though I was born and raised a Magranite, and a Magranite now I will stay, as a young man I undertook a pilgrimage to visit a holy house dedicated to every god. In so doing, I hoped to know them each the better, to take what they had to teach and sow it into my soul like so many seeds, and that my soul might grow and bear only the most delectable fruit for my goddess to devour at the moment of my death. So it is with no small amount of amusement that I pen this account of my visit once to a church of Whale, the many-eyed, many-tongued god of dreams and secrets, revelations and mysteries, and reveal to you all I learned there. The challenge came first in finding adherents to Whale's doctrine, for they are not often ones to announce their presence, preferring instead to build their flock from the solitary seekers who delve through ancient ruins and ruined archives in search of the strange, the bizarre, the forgotten, but persistence is my goddess's first teaching, and find them I did. The Wylight's Nekatakan congregation was small, then as it likely remains now, and on the morning I stumbled upon them. They were lounging like so many cats in the sun on the steps above Queen's Berth, sharing between them a bottle of arrack and pipes packed with white leaf and ripple sponge. I knew them for Wylights, not for any badge or robe or trinket they wore, not for their race or age, but for the ardor of their debate on the most benign of topics. I begged that they take me to their church and permit me to worship with them, and they laughed as one, their many voices like the howling of wild dogs. They acquiesced when I told them of my quest, and then invited me to sit and share their drink. I did, and as the rack burned a trail of fire down my throat, they showed me the dimensions of their hall of worship. The stairs were their pews, they said, the blue sky their ceiling, and their walls the edges of the world. All of creation sits within its bounds. As morning neared midday, they stood as one and began to climb the mountain. Where do you go now? I asked. To worship, they replied. A great wave of relief washed over me, for at least I would have my lesson from them. We climbed the many steps of Nekataka and arrived at last in the sacred stair. Where is your temple? I asked, and in response they whooped like children, rushing past me in a squall of smoke and laughter. I followed as best I could, though I wet my good slippers in the stream and could hardly keep my feet on the moss-slick stones, and we surged, soggy-footed and hollering to the temple of Gon. To worship, they cried. We shoved past Dawn Star spent in praise of their macabre god, laughing all the while, and came to stand before a leafless tree whose boughs were hung in lanterns too numerous to count. I had nary a moment to catch my breath before the Wylights were clambering into the great tree's branches. A young man pulled me up with one hand and handed me a pipe with the other. The priests of Gon screeched and wailed, and all the while we squawked like birds, our smiles wide and eyes alight with arrack and lantern fire. The Mataru came soon after to chase us away, but not before we'd done our share of singing to the many-eyed and many-tongued god of dreams. Would that I could have stayed with them a while longer, but alas, I could not deny my soul its journey, nor the whispers of my goddess in my ear. I took again to the road in search of churches, but I must admit, ever after, I longed always after for that tree. How's the streaming going? Not too bad. Pretty good. Doing some exploration and slow progress. The collected annals of Lingrath. Whoever copied this work appears to have been in a great hurry, as if they feared being caught. The gods strip us of who we are on every turn about the wheel, mercilessly shaving off all we've learned with their divine laths. We retain the pale shadows of our souls, but knowledge, memory, self, all of it is cut away. Do the gods fear we might someday rival their strength if they do not? The trees of Ire Glanfith possess souls as strong as any kith, and their entangled roots extend for miles. But dig beneath any of them, follow those roots, and you'll see they don't end but lead to a neighbor. There are many souls sharing one body. Why shouldn't willing kith be able to do the same? A limb may be grafted from one tree to the trunk of another, and in time they'll bear sweeter fruit together than either might have alone. Mightn't it be possible, then, to graft a scion soul to the rootstock of a willing kith? The souls wouldn't fracture but coalesce, they'd grow stronger together. The gods see fractured souls, but they don't care for them. Damaged, broken people are abandoned by their makers to twist in the wind, given no succor, no relief. Would an intentionally fractured soul be similarly inconsequential to them? I will use their apathy against them. I will make their disdain serve me. A grafted soul is obscured from the sight of the gods. It spreads freely like a blood fever, but doesn't kill its host. No, I will be a fever of the spirit, invisible, unstoppable, eternal. Nice. Right, do 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 do. Cool. Yeah. Bye. The Deerwood Part 5, The Proliferation of Animancy. Animancy, outlawed while under Ada rule, was technically no longer taboo after Hadrit's rebellion. Academics began its study again in earnest in 2681 AI. By 2697 AI, there were almost 40 academics actively researching the field both in the Deerwood and the Valian republics, even though no significant results had been discovered. A tragic breakthrough of sorts happened in 2704 AI. An animancer working on Balreach accidentally shattered the souls of about a dozen volunteers who had been helping him. In retaliation for the deaths, the citizens of the area stormed his house and killed him. The Earl of the region, not wanting to waste resources or anger the locals any more than they already were, did nothing to find the head of the vigilante mob, but neither did he outlaw animancy. To ensure their own safety, most animancers moved from the rural areas where they were studying and settled in Defiance Bay, many of them choosing the emerging and wealthy district of Brackenbury as their new home of operations. While there were still a few breakthroughs, and the study of animancy continued for the next 24 hours, it quickly slowed as it became cost prohibitive and complicated the more people learned about it. Most animancers couldn't afford to continue research without the support of donations or gifts from wealthy individuals and organizations. In 2737 AI, some animancers, desperate to continue their studies and seeing no other means of furthering their research, entered the forbidden ruins of Ire Glanfith to further their research. They discovered some such sites had strange artifacts that seemed to bear affinity to soul essence, and began to prod at the devices for further insight. Even with continued research, they were unable to tell quite what they have discovered. Eventually, they were found out by the Glanfaithans, who captured some of them, demanding they be punished for their crimes. The Deerwooden authorities, in order to maintain their treaties and keep the peace, had no choice. They allowed the animancers to be executed according to Glanfathan tradition. This led to the Duke to make an additional proclamation. The study and practice of animancy on or even near the sacred Glanfathan sites would be punishable by death. 2780 AI. In order to solidify relations again with the Glanfathans, the Deerwooden government allowed some animancers to begin training and experiments in conjunction with the Glanfathan mine hunters, their native ciphers. This was an exchange of information. The animancers documented the secrets of the mine hunters' powers. The mine hunters learned new techniques for concentration, which assisted them in taking their powers to a level no Glanfathan had seen before. The ciphers, no longer wary of the animancers' intentions, trusted them to such a level that they convinced the Glanfathans to give some animancers limited access to some of the training sites where the Glanfathans practiced. The Animfaiths of the Glenfaithan tribes opened the training grounds to the Animancers. They were not allowed inside as this was still strictly forbidden, but the general allowances by the Glenfaithans were seen as a breakthrough in relations between the Deerwood and Glenfith. Over the next 8 years, the Animancers' research would continue unimpeded, with the exception of some minor squabbles. There has been no major strife between the two groups for almost 120 years since. Interesting. The Othasian Prayer. And the sun shall break through the darkness, the new dawn arriving with the rebirth of the day. Rejoice, all ye who dwelleth in the shadow, who are broken and beaten. The winter soon comes to an end. Spring shall rise, bringing light and life to the world. Radiant light, radiant life, and thy soul shall find warmth in his arms. All creatures bask in his glory. The rays of his countenance bathe in the world, bringing an end to the night, ushering in the day. Kneel before him and wonder at his benevolence. Feel the warmth of his radiant presence. If thou art broken, he shall make thee whole. If thou art in darkness, he shall bring thee to the light. If thou art sinful, thou shalt be reborn. If thou art cold, his warmth shall bolster thee. How canst I, so lowly and worn, speak words of proper adulation? Thine eyes, whose gaze sees the sin in me, yet still shows love. Thine hands, whose grip pulls me out of darkness. Thine ears listening to my every prayer. Thine heart bright as the dawn, giving me warmth when I am raw. And with this light of spring sun of the world, thou givest me life and purpose. If thine heart be black, if thine intention be impure, thy life is forfeit. For he hath seen, he can see, he will see. Nothing is hid from his glory. If thine heart be black, he can see, nothing is hidden from his glory. His light touches every corner of the world, nothing is hidden from his sight. If thou dost thy work in the dark, if thou wouldst keep thine actions hidden, thou shalt be burned in the sun of the new dawn. Day comes soon, prepare for the dawn, nothing is hidden from his reach. Ooh. Statue schematic. This drawing details plans for the creation of a large statue powered by essence. The essence is intended to be injected into the statue by an array of animantic devices. Where such a vast store of essence might come from and what a statue could do with it, it is unclear. The life and discoveries of Pangrim. Oh my god. Mention the name of Pangrim to anyone with even a passing knowledge of animancy and you could find yourself in for a very long discussion. Publicly reviled but privately lauded as a hero and genius, Pangrim's history is at turns revolutionary, horrific, and mysterious. Pangrim was fascinated, some might say obsessed, with the concept of animancy, consumed his life as he dedicated everything to understand it. He would frequently travel to Glenfith and Deerwood to visit the Ingwethan ruins. There he would take notes and make sketches, bringing anything back with him that he could to help him unlock the mysteries. After years of study, Pangrim had reached the point where he could no longer conduct research on his own, and he took on an assistant, Helig of Thane. Soon, Helig was making trips to Glenfith in Pangrim's stead, gathering knowledge while Pangrim stayed behind to experiment. His partnership quickly bore fruit. Pangrim made a breakthrough, one that would irrevocably change his life and the general attitude about animancy forever. While the specifics of his experimentation will never truly be known, the rumors and stories that still circulate tell that he had sent out inquiries asking for live subjects for help with a dangerous experiment that might change their life or might end it. Those who were already dying were especially encouraged to apply. Response was overwhelming, and Pangrim had his pick of numerous willing bodies. That is when he had his breakthrough. He discovered a way to fix a soul, anchoring it to his body so it couldn't leave at death. He had discovered eternal life. His research and life's work had resulted in the greatest single discovery that animancy could hope for. His findings were published and quickly spread through Valia and beyond. While some groups, the Wodican Church, for example, decried his work as nothing more than blasphemy and heresy, many put it to practice. Everyone wanted the chance at immortality. But everything comes with a cost. It quickly became apparent that simply restraining the soul while keeping the person technically alive was doing nothing for the body, which continued to decay, devolving and warping the soul now trapped inside it. The creatures it created were dangerous, carnivorous beasts that killed brutally and indiscriminately. The backlash was ruthless. The practice of Pangrim's discoveries was outlawed. His works were collected and burned. He and Helig were branded heretics and hunted, chased from town to town until Pangrim simply vanished. Helig was tracked down, captured, and brought to trial for the atrocities committed against Valia and its people. The trial was barely more than a formality to bring charges against him, as everyone knew what hand he had played in the disaster. He was sent to prison for years, but eventually released once public outrage died down. Not long after his parole, he disappeared as well. Occasionally, talk surfaces that a copy of Pangrim's theorems had been found, untouched by the purging flames that destroyed its brothers. These rumors seldom end up being more than that. Many groups and wealthy individuals have formed, sending out a call to anyone who will listen, find us a copy of the theorems. They offer gold, jewels, status, anything they can to entice adventurers to help them achieve their goals, for there are those who would give anything a chance at immortality, even become a monster. So much reading.
Ready, aim.
Thank you, Kai.
Six years in Dawnshore, and I never knew something this big was under our feet the whole time.
So you gotta explore more. Purification of the Pilgrim. I hope that in coming to this place, standing before the splinter, and turning my mind to prayer, that I would feel something, that I would experience the solace the other godlike speak of, the state that they call grace. But my dreams remain as silent as this eerie godless tomb, and I am ashamed to feel so lonesome and bereft. To truly love the gods is to be faithful to the void. That is what the oracle tells me. If I look outside of myself to the here and now, for that which I desire, that I will always remain unsatisfied, I must go down into myself, into the still, white emptiness, to discover that I already have everything I need. The many voices of wail I wish would whisper in my ear. Even had I heard them, they would not be evidence of their love. That evidence persists already in my soul, in the void to which I have not been true. And it has from the moment they plucked my soul from the wheel and gave it unto my body to be born. It is the chime is the evidence of their love, and if it is all that I ever have of them, then I should fall to my knees in gratitude, for it is more than most kith will get. But to know the solace that I seek, then I must give up any desire for their love and learn to love the void. Bro, really? Nice.
Dream scourge ahead. I hate to think it reaches all the way down here.
Thorns beside violets, essence twisted out of shape.
Alright, how do I get up there? Oh wow. How do I get that? Excuse me. Oh, because it's that, right? Alright, how do I do this? How do I do this? How? Well, that worked, but how do I get up there?
Repose, a pulse beating out of time. Should it be disturbed?
Consecration prayer. With this leaving of his precious body, we commemorate our most glorious God with all his saints. Let us commend ourselves and one another and our whole life to Eothas, the Dawn Treader, or Dawn Treader, for this holy house, for those who enter it with faith, reverence, and the fear of our God. We consecrate this temple in his name. Eothas, have mercy on our souls.
If it weren't for the creepy oracle and the invading roots, this place would be kinda nice.
Yeah, maybe. Whoops.
There's the relic. Then let's go. Right behind you. No one said anything about spaces.
History of the Living Lands 4 redacted. Every page of this book has been painted black except for the very last, which features a large drawing of an unusually ornate key and a note written in the runes of an unknown language beneath them. Someone has scribbled, "How do their agents keep finding my work? They've already defaced 3 versions of this volume alone. I don't know what they find so objectionable about my theories on the meaning of the godless language, but I'm done rewriting it. You bastards win no more." The note above has been amended by a more measured hand, likely sometime after the first note was written. I've compared my notes regarding the inscription from Ukaizo with the script on the clay tablet in my lab and realized they share several shapes in common. I may be able to make some headway in translating this if I can find an expert in the godless. Another amendment follows, but that too has been mostly blacked out. Near the end of the redaction, the paint suddenly runs off the edge of the page and a splash of blood stains the margins. All you can make out is a pair of shaky sentences circled several times. Ease, could that mean God?
False idol. It waits.
Something's moving in the main chamber.
Who's ready for more?
Well, that
Nothing like a
royally
win
sucked.
with a good team.
God, I had grenades. Don't care about great swords. No, I don't. Not at all.
That earthquake must have knocked something loose. Well... Well, better a flood than a cave-in.
And that's how we get to this other stuff. I will be right back. Alright. I think my mic was muted earlier. Why are you standing in the way?
Dawn Shore is most people's first view of the living lands. Last brush with civilization.
Alright, I'm going to assume there's nothing else here. Now we just need to move forwards. So I could completely just disregard the expedition team? It's a door.
Something's not right here. Take a look around.
Okay. Ada's journal. 3 Prowleton 2830. New orders came down from Darren today. Were to be sent to the Living Lands. The Diplomatic Corps has established an embassy in the port city of Paradise, and they need support cataloging the unusual ruins there. No doubt it will take months, perhaps a year or two at the very least. I had promised Rudwin I'd be in High Crown to celebrate Anestu with him and the children, especially since it'll be Mary's coming of age, but how often are you given the opportunity to lay the foundation of study for a previously undiscovered ancient culture? I'm sure he'll understand, and Mary, well, I think my daughter will be glad I'm gone. It's not like the gods are making new continents. The world is getting smaller every day. 17 Preverno 2830. It always seems as though the moment I finally get my sea legs, we're pulling into harbor. And a charming harbor it is, despite what Darren told me, and not nearly so dangerous as the clerks in High Crown warned. I swear on the Queen, half my countrymen resent any city that isn't the Emperor's purely on principle. There was a letter waiting for me when I arrived at the embassy. I suppose Rudwin sent it before I left. The cowards filed for dissolution of our marriage, but he couldn't muster the stones to tell me to my face. Let him assume it never arrived, for I certainly won't dignify it with a reply. This whole episode has given me a blinding headache, a horrible pinching sensation right behind the eyes. 21 for Verano, 2830. We've had a few days to settle into life at the embassy, while the powers that be argue how to best to make use of us. While I was resting, the ambassador's clerk took the scouts to some dreadful little swill house in a rough part of the town. Naturally, a couple of the younger lads poisoned themselves with alcohol. The mother in me wants to be furious, but I can hardly muster the energy. As long as Offric's voiding his stomach in the canals and instead of the bunkhouse, it's not my business after all. I think I'll take the team to Fort Northreach, see if we can't help their archivist identify the purpose of the godless ruins there. 1 Terraverno 2831. Blessed New Year. The team acquitted themselves well at the fort. With Kedman's help, I was able to get down into the basement of the ruins there and take a good look at the construction. Naturally, I left the notes I took at the fort. I feel like I can hardly even think these days, but I believe I remember enough of what I learned to write a satisfactory report for the ambassador. Could those ruins have been the site of Fertility Temple? I mean, goodness, look at the shape of their buildings. The steel garrote inquisitor attached to the embassy has uncovered rumor of a holy relic in a cave here in Dawnshore, and she suggested we might want to investigate. I know I should be eager to get down there to explore, but I've hardly been able to get out of my bedroll since we've returned to Paradise. I'll bet there's a cursed tablet with my name on it that Rudwin's installed at the Temple of Skane back in High Crown. Nothing else could explain the hideous nightmares I've been having. Mushrooms erupting from my skin, my eyes replaced by quivering stalks, Mary turning into a tree, Rudwin splitting in half and opening like a flower. No matter what drug I take or to which god I pray, they refuse to go away. 6 Prima 2831. I collapsed while we were gearing up in the market, and none of the merchants would help me off the ground. One of them muttered something about a soul plague and ran off to tell his mates. I tried to tell the man I wasn't sick, just going through a divorce, but I couldn't speak. It's like my tongue had turned to mud. The Inquisitor pulled me aside when the boys got me back to the embassy. She was able to press the locals for more about the relic. Apparently, it was taken from Eothas's Titan skeleton, the very one I've made my reputation discovering, and it's well known for its ability to heal anyone who holds it. I cannot delay any longer. I must find it. Except you died.
Well, we found the expedition. Looks like they've only been dead a few hours. But how did they get in here? They can't have come the same way we did. We swam here. What's stranger is there's not a scratch on them. No sign of what killed them. It's like every member of the expedition team just collapsed.
The plans in the Oracle's workshop were too complicated to be for a simple statue. They remind me of the bodies of the godlikes who died a few years ago. Do you think the Oracle could have killed them? Let's not waste any more time speculating.
You think he's building what? A giant animat?
Yes.
I've heard of those, but I've never seen one. They're suits of armor brought to life by bound souls, right? The Oracle couldn't have put the expedition's souls in the statue of Eothas, right?
Could the Oracle's plan... Could the Oracle's plan have something to do with Eothas vanishing at Kaizo? Crack knuckles, let's go ask him. Why would he do that? He has much to answer for.
There's still a lot of debate over what even happened at Ukaizo. Perhaps the Oracle knows the truth, or perhaps he's just as lost as we are. Eothas is a dangerous god associated with Eora's bloodiest wars, and he recently killed thousands of people in Deadfire. Now we have a piece of him, and we're about to face a maniac who wants it desperately. Tread carefully.
So maybe their souls can come back? Maybe. I don't know. On the Binding of Souls, the margins of this text are scribbled with notes and references. The ink-stained pages appear to have seen much use in earlier times. The removal and transference of souls is a practice both ancient and sophisticated. There is evidence that the Ingwithans were particularly adept at this, yet few details have survived them. Someone scrawled Annals of the Bargrunen, pages 382 to 6, below this paragraph. What is known is that the removal of a soul is a difficult process and one that requires an expert hand and precise tools for any chance of success. Early attempts on a test pool of 138 goats left most of the subjects with maimed or fractured souls. In all but 2 of the 11 instances where the soul was successfully removed, the essence dissipated before scholars could capture it. The words "transferred to holding vessel" are written and underlined in the margin. The process requires conductive materials, copper and alders specifically. Immersion in water is important to ensure that the soul is drawn in a steady and uniform manner, with no distortions or breakages. A warped soul is at best useless and at worst unpredictable. An arrow points from this paragraph to a scrunched note: extraction pool in CR 18 feet wide by 3 feet deep. We have since mastered the process of soul transference and have seen the benefits of infusing forged work with the essence of animals and wilder. What remains to be seen is whether we might see greater gains from using the souls of Kith, where we would procure the appropriate subject, and how much personality and autonomy we want to leave intact in such cases. A string of notes winds around and below this paragraph, beginning with criminals, prisoners of war, volunteers, and ending with forged guardians in block letters. These notes are crossed out, and below them is written, "But what of the divine soul?" Okay then. Well, guess we keep moving. Could have avoided all that. So I probably could have opened this from the inside. Without setting the trap off.
Why has he come here? Why does he build the idol in this place?
That is a good question. Yes, this is the door I saw earlier. Yes, it is.
Even the flood could not stop him. Fealty or sickness?
I don't know what this guy's capable of, but I've got your back.
I don't either.
There you are. I worried for you when the earth shook.
Lies like wasps.
You have been gone some time. Do you carry the splinter of Aethys?
Found the bodies of the expedition team in your workshop. Did you kill them? I have your relic. There was an earthquake while I was in the temple. The place is flooded. I must have misplaced it. One moment.
Ah, I did not expect you to be so thorough in your explorations. Nevertheless, I am impressed. As to whether I killed them, well, that is a matter of semantics. Does death occur the moment the heart ceases beating, or when the soul is broken upon the wheel? In one sense, then they are quite dead. In another, they remain very much alive. In either case, they have entered a state of change, and the impetus was mine.
You're going to put their souls in this in your statue, aren't you? Why? You're a monster.
Yes, you and you alone see my purpose clearly. You see, I have given them the opportunity to be part of something larger than themselves. With your help, I shall give them a new commission. To prosecute the redemption of a god.
It's Godlike's responsibility to hold their god accountable. How do you expect to redeem Aothis? By making them prisoners? Why? What could possibly be the point?
You understand me. What is the source of all suffering? Our division from God. Not our division from them, no, but their division from us. It is a wound the size of the soul, yet it gapes as large as the world. If we are to alleviate suffering, if the gods, if Aothis is to atone, we must give him a mortal consciousness. We must give him a mortal conscience. Or the atrocities of the Deadfire and the Saints' War will be but preludes to the horrors he will sow across Aora. Even the Redeemer needs redemption. Even the gods must be held to account. Aothis must be stopped.
How do you expect to redeem Aothis? By making them prisoners?
Do you carry the relic I asked you to collect? Excellent. The relic you have retrieved was stolen from Aothis's body. He is bound to it, or it to him. And before the events at Ukaizo, he would speak to me through it. He speaks to me no longer, but I believe he resonates with the splinter yet, as I do. If I am correct, when it is placed in the statue, the magnifying power of the Ardra will draw him into it, and he will be trapped. Locked into the reliquary with a chorus of furious souls acting as his conscience. He will finally begin the work of making right all the wrong he has done. All that is left is for you to place the splinter into the statue's chest. Will you do it? I cannot say. But when I return to the wheel, I pray I do not see Aothis there, for it will mean that I have failed. You see, my brother, you must understand. I am willing to endure a life of greatest loneliness, so that he may repent.
Look, I'm all for second chances, but restoring the god who started the Saints' War and left a trail of corpses and Deadfire? Even I can see that's a bad idea. And I can't imagine a worse fate than spending an eternity as one of those poor souls stuck with him. I've heard I can change him before.
Aothis is weak, If he persists at all. He expended tremendous soul energy manifesting in the body of Moros Nua and marching it across the dead fire. By the time he reached Ukazo, he was spent and used the very last of his power to destroy the wheel. The god that is left is but a wisp of purpose, floating through the beyond. It is that wisp I will capture.
Oh.
I see. Why?
Can't help you bring Aothas back.
Then I shall simply take the splinter from your corpse. I do not wish to pursue violence, but I will if I must. This is the work of my life. Now, the relic, if you please. If it must come to this, so be it.
Here we go!
I guess that's justice. Why couldn't he have just stuck to sculpture?
Hear us. Follow us. We...
Unique weapons are highly coveted. Each has its own story, and each is enhanced with powerful primary and secondary enchantments. These weapons will all provide some combination of passive effects that increases elemental damage, distinct behaviors, and even more. Explore the living lands and complete side quests to find the unique weapon that best suits your playstyle. Unique weapons can have their primary enchantment further improved or augmented at the enchanting station and party camp. Augmenting a unique enchantment replaces the original enchantment, is permanent, and requires a variety of specific enchanting materials to perform.
would speak to you. We sense weight on you. Essence. Yes, we know this melody. A part of the statue, a piece that yearns for its true place. Combine them. Join soul into body. Let it sing for us.
Will something happen if I do that? Why do you want to finish the statue?
It dreams in colors we have never seen. Could we use it? We cannot know. It must be complete. Feast? Famine? We could not say. The Adra dulls our mind. We sense an acorn. Possibility. What will bloom? We await.
Hey, Envoy. Back with us? Don't get too used to the comforts of Paradise.
For a heart, we will speak to you. It wakes, a host, form given life. One day when we are free, we could return here, dwell in this body, feel the earth again. But it is a sprout, fragile. It must sleep here undisturbed, a secret you could keep. Tell us, will you give us this gift?
If I let you have it, what will you do with it? How will you claim it? I don't even know what you are. Why should I trust you with it?
We are not sure. Could we touch the world? Walk in the ocean? Sift our fingers through sand?
How will you claim it?
A shard of Adra tethers it to us. Yet it is weak. A quagmire of essence occludes its veins. If we had time to tend it, perhaps we could find a way.
I don't even know what you are. Why should I trust you?
This prison holds us, silences us. The years fade like leaves. We have no memory of summer, warm fire, soothing rain. We could walk gently in this body, tend, grow, learn anew. But we must claim it. A vessel to hold us. We will remember this.
I don't know if that was a good idea or not.
Adra strains. It aches, a choking barricade of souls. Essence like mud, we cannot swim here. It must be flushed out. Free this obstruction. Then, when our prison bars fall, we will see.
I don't know what I'm doing.
New earth to till, we flower. We rest now. We must consider this.
Alright, let's ride this on up. And then I will call it here while I get something to eat, and then I'll be back later.
Guess his work on that statue didn't leave much time for renovations.
Nope. Alright, there's things to read here. Alright, so yeah, I will stop here, and I will be back later. Until then, thank you. Appreciate you. Take care.